Scary.
Mayor, are you ready?
Figure out how to work this. Yep,
Mayor, are we ready?
I'm good now.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for taking the time to attend tonight's meeting. For the record, it's August 3rd, 2023, and the time is 6:31. I'll begin by taking the roll call. So, Council, when I call your name, please say here or present. Mayor Maxton,
Here.
Councilmember Stroop,
Here.
Roden,
Here.
Bliss. Councilmember Kerner is not present. Councilmember Parker
Here.
and Menchow.
Present.
With 6 members of council present, a quorum is declared.
Thank you, Christina. And would everybody please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And thank you. And would like to welcome and thank everybody for attending tonight's City Council meeting. We are live broadcasting tonight's meeting. If you do get the opportunity to speak as part of the meeting, I ask that you utilize the microphone that's up here at the podium. If you do not use the microphone, then those that are on the live broadcast won't be able to hear the comments that are being made. And if you do get the opportunity to speak, I ask that you provide your name the first time you come up to the podium, what agency that you're representing, or if you're a Fair Oaks Ranch resident, if you're a resident, whether or not you're a Fair Oaks Ranch resident or not. And we have no presentations tonight. We'll move on to citizens to be heard. And I didn't have anybody sign up for citizens to be heard tonight. I have it. Was there anybody that did not get an opportunity to sign up that would like to speak? All right, I did have one citizen that provided write-in comments that asked that they be read at the council meeting tonight. And it's Karen Trimble. She's a Fair Oaks Ranch resident, and I would like my concerns to be heard. Water restrictions have not been lifted for several years. I'm concerned for the demand of more water for all the new builds in our city. I'm also concerned with drainage issues. Our property gets more water through it since new homes have been built. The street culvert cannot move enough water efficiently. Therefore, the water has taken our fence down on 2 separate occasions. Permit approval should take water drainage into account for existing properties always and help prevent issues to any and all properties. Thank you very much, Karen Trimble. And that completes citizens to be heard. And we'll move on to the consent agenda for tonight. We have 5 items on the consent agenda. First is the approval of the July 19th, 2023 special council meeting minutes. Second is the approval of the July 20th, 2023 regular city council meeting minutes. Third is the approval of the second reading of an ordinance amending the City of Fair Oaks Ranch Code of Ordinances under Appendix A, Fee Schedules, Article A7, paragraphs A and B, wastewater service charges. Item 4 is approval of a resolution authorizing the execution of a purchase order with Caldwell Country Ford for 2 Ford F-250s. And the last item is approval of Councilmember Bliss's absence from the July 20th, 2023 and August 3rd, 2023 regular city council meetings.
I'm not here.
Is there any council member that would like any of these items removed from consent
I'd
to
like to
consideration?
remove mine just to correct it.
Okay, so we'll remove item number 8. Are there any others? Then could I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
From Chesley in a second.
Second.
And all in favor of approval of the consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda is approved. Thank y'all. And we'll move on to consideration items tonight. First consideration item will be the approval of Councilmember Bliss's absence from the July 20th, 2023 and the August 3rd, 2023 regular city council meeting minutes. And this is on page 18 of your packet. And I'll turn it over to you, Michelle.
Well, I'm obviously here today. I'm not absent due to some changes in some doctor's appointments. So I'm here. So can we get it corrected to just for the meeting on the 20th?
And I would change the motion that's provided. I move to approve Councilmember Bliss's absence from the July 20th, 2023 regular city council meeting. Can I get a second?
Second.
From Chesley. Any discussion from any of the council members? Any questions from anybody here tonight? That we have a motion on the table. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is approved. Thank you all. With that, we'll move on to our second consideration item tonight, which is the consideration and possible action approving the first reading of an ordinance amending the City of Fair Oaks Ranch Code of Ordinances under Chapter 1, General Provisions, under Article 1.07, Trees and Shrubs, to include updated definitions and the responsibility of public trees.
Third time's a try. My name is Kelsey. I'm the Environmental Program Manager for the City of Fair Oaks Ranch. Is that a little better? Okay.
You're good.
So based on feedback provided by Council at the April 20th City Council meeting, as well as to the July 20th City Council meeting, several revisions have been made to this amending ordinance. With the assistance from the City Attorney, the latest updates were made to the section prohibition against harming public trees, where it letter A, where it was clarified that it is unlawful to remove any public trees on rights-of-way, along streets, sidewalks, lanes, or other similar properties instead of the term public property. Additionally, it is trees within easements may be removed, but it is recommended to notify the city or other public utilities prior to such removals. By amending the Chapter 1, Article 107 to include the authority and responsibility of trees on public properties, the city is one step closer to obtaining Tree City USA recognition. Does anyone have any questions?
Questions or comments? I'm satisfied with the language that we had. At the last time that was presented, my concern was for the protection of residents. Mm-hmm. And so on my property, I have a drainage easement that runs right through the middle of the property. And so based on the definitions that are in here, mm-hmm. That becomes, if there's a tree within that easement, even though it's in the middle of my property, it becomes a public tree. Correct? That's true. It's correct.
Correct, yeah.
My concern was the protections as a resident,
Yes.
because we have other residents that are in the same situation.
With easements. Mm-hmm.
But I believe, after talking to Dan and what we defined as the authorities and powers mm-hmm. of the city manager to impact that tree, limits him in some scope to those areas that are needed for the easement mm-hmm. or for the safety of the residents of Fair Oaks Ranch. And in that case, yes, I'm okay with what we put into the ordinance.
Just a quick question. So if I have a tree that's in a defined easement for the city, the process, if I wanted to remove that tree, so if I wanted to take it out completely for whatever reason, it's saying it's I guess two things. It says if I want to remove or cause damage to the tree, blah, 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 we have to have written permission. But then the second now says for any easement that is along the side of the property, it's strongly recommended that the city or public utility be contacted. So, I mean, I think that's the new language. I guess my question is, what happens if I, as a homeowner, decide to remove that tree because it's only recommended that I contact the city manager? What happens?
So what happens is you run the risk of damaging a public utility for which you're going to be responsible for that
With the
damage.
cost. Okay.
And so it's, there was some concern expressed before that it was a strict prohibition. And so that you couldn't go out and do that. And I think the idea all along was for your safety and for the public utility that those locations are confirmed as they would normally be before that tree is removed or any significant thing done to it. It could be as easy as you call up and say, hey, there's some dead limbs, I want to have them removed. Is that an issue? No, that's not going to be an issue. I think the bigger concern is when there's going to be major removals within those easements and making sure we are able to locate everything. And to the mayor's point, and just to elaborate further on the conversation I had with the mayor, the overarching authority that we have to go on private property to deal with anything within a, quote, public easement is the protection of the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens. And so if the mayor, and the mayor would never do this, right? But if the mayor was not maintaining that drainage easement such that it was overgrown or there were trees that had fallen within that easement, and it's becoming an issue for neighboring properties because if that water can't go through that drainage easement, it's going to go outside of that easement onto other properties, inundate houses, things such as that. We have that authority to come on there because it has risen to the level where it's impacting other properties. We actually have a duty to come on there and remedy the circumstance within that public drainage easement, if it's a public drainage easement. So that's what the conversation we had, just to elaborate further.
Thank you, Dan.
Hey, Dan, I just have one quick question. Is it assumed that the city maintains all the easements?
So, no, I don't think that's assumed whatsoever. If it's within your property, it's your responsibility to maintain that easement. And we have, there are instances and occurrences within the city right now where drainage easements are not probably being properly maintained by persons whose property they fall within. And, I know that we have spent time going out with crews to try to clear out a lot of that. But it's not an obligation that the city has when it's within your property, even if it is a public drainage easement. Typically how that's handled is if you fail to maintain that easement, we have the right in the easement language to come on and remedy the situation as the holder of the easement.
Mm-hmm.
Where's Rob? Is Rob going to argue? Yeah, okay, Rob agrees. So, rare occasion here we agree.
Does this differ in any way in gated communities?
So it depends on, in the gated communities, it's going to depend on the plats and the easements within that gated community. It should not if there's public utilities within those easements or if there's drainage within those easements. But I can't give you a blanket answer without looking at how here's what I've learned. I'll put it this way. Here's what I've learned in my time dealing with Fair Oaks Ranch is that the language varies greatly on some of the original subdivisions and the platting language on those subdivisions for the easements. And we went through a pretty extensive exercise about 6 years ago of reviewing easement language because we had some constructed obstructions within certain easements. And we were trying to determine what rights the city did have if those became problematic to go into those properties and deal with them. So there's not a great blanket answer for your question, but it is a legitimate and relevant question for sure.
Any other questions from council? Okay. Any questions from anyone here tonight? Comments? With that, then could I get a motion to approve an ordinance amending the City of Fair Oaks Ranch Code of Ordinances, Chapter 1, General Provisions, Article 1.07, trees and shrubs to include updated definitions and the responsibility of public trees. And
So
I believe this is the first reading. This will, if approved, this will be the first reading of the ordinance.
Yes.
Okay.
So moved.
from Emily, and a second
Second.
from Chesley. Any other discussion from council? Then with the motion on the table, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is approved.
Thank you.
And for those of y'all that did not see it today, Kelsey was on KSAT News talking about the city's water, and she did a great job for us, so thank you, Kelsey.
Thank you very much.
And with that, we'll move on to our second or third consideration item tonight, which is the consideration and possible action approving the first reading of an ordinance authorizing restricted prior service credit for employees who are members of the Texas Municipal Retirement System.
Thank you. My name is Jennifer Hudson. I am the HR and Communications Specialist for the City of Fair Oaks Ranch. I also have Anthony Mills here. He is the Director of Education for TMRS. Thank you, Anthony, for being here. This is my first time presenting an actual presentation in front of council. I'm kind of excited. I only get to do kudos of staff members, so this is different for me, kind of cool. She may never let me do it again. Can you play the video for me? There's a video link in that. See if it's clickable. Yes, please. If it doesn't play, that's fine. Hopefully, you'll be able to hear it too. So basically, the video kind of go, if she can get it running, but if not, I'll just continue.
Life. Here's how it works. Each pay period, your city deposits a percentage of your
You're not awake,
paycheck
you are now?
into your TMRS account. Your account earns 5%. Welcome. You are now a member of one of the strongest retirement systems in the country, the Texas Municipal Retirement System. Since 1948, over 900 cities across Texas have joined TMRS to provide retirement benefits to hundreds of thousands of employees like you. Your city has partnered with TMRS to provide you with a secure retirement. As a member, you can receive a monthly retirement benefit for life. Here's how it works. Each pay period, your city deposits a percentage of your paycheck into your TMRS account. Your account earns 5% interest each year. When you retire, the money in your account is matched by your city and used to pay you a lifetime monthly benefit. So how do you qualify to receive the benefit? There are 2 ways to qualify. You could start receiving a benefit at age 60 with at least 5 or 10 years of service, or sooner once you have 20 or 25 years of service. The amount of service time you'll need depends on your city. Keep in mind, your city may provide you with time credit for prior public service, including active duty military service, or service with other states, counties, and cities. This time will help you retire sooner. When you are ready to retire, you will have 3 benefit options to choose from. You don't have to choose until you retire, so you have plenty of time to decide what is best for you. Now that you are a member, it's time to create your My TMRS account. Once registered, you can update your contact information, view your account balance, and run retirement estimates. But first, take a minute to plan for your loved ones by designating a beneficiary who will receive your benefit should anything happen to you. For questions about your benefit, you can call our Member Service Center. Visit the For Members section of our website or schedule a counseling session with a TMRS representative. We're thrilled to have you as a new member of TMRS.
Okay. That's just a great overview of videos they have. They have a lot of great information on their website, so I'm sure Anthony's excited that we actually used it. We'll go back to the PowerPoint, Christine, if you don't mind. All right, so this right here is the adopted TMRS plan that we currently have. So our employees deposit 7% of their salary into TMRS. The city matches that 2-to-1. They are fully vested after 5 years, and we celebrate that with them at 5 years. It's kind of fun. Their eligibility for retirement is 5 years or the age of 60, 20 years at any age. So the updated service credit, which is what USC stands for, rate that we have is 100%. The updated service credit that it became effective for our plan was in 2002, and it rolls. Our cost of living COLA is 70%. That was effective in 2008, and it's also rolling. And then the final one is, if I remember correctly, the supplemental death benefits that we have for our employees and for retirees. So what happens with that is if you die as an employee or as a retiree, you get a $7,500 death benefit paid out to you. Any questions so far? Just kind of went through that really fast. Okay. All right, so the proposed addition to the current plan is the restricted prior service credit. This will allow our employees to receive credit for, as the video mentioned, for active duty military service, as well as any work credit for other states, counties, school districts, cities, and even federal. And there's no limit on the amount of credit that you can be granted. It's something that they would apply for if approved by council. Clicking. Okay. So what does this change for us? It's no change for the employee in their contribution. Only years of service credits will be affected. There's no immediate change to the city's contribution rate, and it just means that employees are eligible for retirement sooner due to these credits. And in the future years, there may be an impact due to accelerated retirement eligibility. But I believe that's a very low percentage. Any questions so far? No? Yes, sir.
Do you have to buy into the system into the additional years?
No. No. They're going to apply for service credit. They'll review it. If it meets the criteria of the restricted, then they'll just get years of service credit. There is no buying.
So
They're not spending any money to get the credit.
So that means Scott, in his case, could have come in here, I don't know how many years you served, but it was a while, 20, 25 years. And he could be sitting at retirement age the minute he takes a job.
Yes. But Scott will never retire. But you also have to keep in mind, if Scott comes from a city that already has TMRS, he already has that service credit.
I was
So-
speaking more about the military part, this Scott, not that Scott.
Oh, that's Scott, sorry. Well, you did retire, so great for you, right? Yeah.
So you would come in like a potential retirement eligible, but you would still be starting with a zero balance
Right.
in your account. So there's no
Money to be there.
monetary contribution to it. Your account balance would still be based on the contributions you put in along with the city match. So your total balance when they calculate that retirement eligibility would be very low if you retired after 1 year. You might be eligible for $20 a month, maybe.
Scott, are all our employees enrolled in this plan?
Yes,
All the city?
yes.
Are
It's
they
a
required to be?
mandatory.
It
Yes.
is mandatory,
required.
yes.
And they contribute a required contribution rate of 7%? Is
Correct.
that
Correct.
Okay. And we match it 2-to-1?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
2-to-1 all the way up to the 7%.
Yes, and due to actuarial, some employees aren't vested when they leave the city, so in the budget, our actual contribution rate for next year is I believe it's 12.47%.
So do they stop at the 7%, or if somebody, like, I get capped, but if you are at 13%, they match 2-for-1 up to the,
No, so they have to match exactly 7% of their paycheck, no more, no less.
okay.
Or they have to contribute 7%.
I have another question now. I have a lot of questions sometimes. So right now, since we're below because of vesting, we're not 14% match with 11%, right? 11 point something. Down the road, when there's more vesting, then our match could go up over 14% to keep it current.
Not due to this provision, no. I mean, theoretically, based on market returns, et cetera, that percentage will fluctuate annually. And we get a new contribution rate every year based on those. I believe it's a 30-year actuarial amortization calculation, but so it does fluctuate. The estimates we receive based on our demographics, similar sized cities, is it wouldn't affect this year. In future rates, this could impact our plan by approximately 5 basis points or 0.05%. So in this case, if you look at today's rates, hypothetically, say we already had this, it would go from 12.47 to 12.52. That would be an impact this year of $3,000 if we had it already. So down the road, there could be an impact. It'd be very marginal.
Would it ever go over 14%, the 2-to-1? Are we ever exposed beyond that?
I might turn to my expert. I say highly unlikely.
Highly unlikely. Okay.
All right, well, the next slide is, does anyone have questions? All right. Any questions for Anthony since he's here? No? Okay.
Just basic questions. So we talked about vested. Vested means that they can start drawing on it. You have to serve at the city level for 5 years until you can qualify for retirement?
That's when you qualify in the system. You still need your years of service before you can retire, but that's when you become eligible in the system, yes.
So if a resident, or not a resident, but an employee worked here for 4 years and then departed, he would have years of service here. He could take that somewhere else. But as far as having a retirement eligible account here,
correct. So if it were with less than that and they don't have any other prior service credit that we're talking about, if they had 4 years only, they would get their contribution back, but they would forfeit the employer contribution.
Yep. And so I come to the city with 10 years of service in San Antonio City, TRMS. I come here and I work for less than 5 years. Do I become vested with the city?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, because you'll already have 10 years service credits with the city of San Antonio.
So it's with the TRMS system.
Or it can be any government jurisdiction, whether they're TMRS or not.
Okay.
But Scott, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah,
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, come on up here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Anthony Mills, Director of Education Services at TMRS. I'd just like to add to the last comment, the time that a member would bring into Fair Oaks Ranch, if they have other TMRS service on their record that they did not refund, that time would all count toward vesting and retirement eligibility here at this city. So they would walk in the door immediately vested. And in the example that you gave, they'd work 10 years at San Antonio. They'd need to work another 10 years here, and they're retirement eligible. But they're vested from day one. And in what Scott had mentioned earlier about, I'd just like to expand a little bit. The time credit, if you were to adopt the ordinance, making restricted prior service credit an option for Fair Oaks Ranch, then employees who apply for it and is approved for the time would get to count time from any other governmental employer that they'd worked for prior to coming to work for this city. And it would count toward vesting and retirement eligibility. But as it's already been pointed out to you, Jennifer pointed out, it would not count toward any monetary calculation. And there's something that is just a little counterintuitive about this particular option. When you make restricted prior service credit an option for employees who work here, you could have an employee who applies for the time and who would have otherwise worked longer to qualify for a larger retirement benefit, who may qualify for retirement sooner with a lower benefit and end up costing the plan less. There would actually be fewer liabilities in that scenario. But this is, specifically this option, is one that we don't expect for a city the size of Fair Oaks Ranch for this to have any. And if so, it would be a nominal effect on the city's contribution rate.
I have one question related to the video. She said on the video that when you retire, the city funds their portion. That doesn't sound like that's accurate based on this. We're funding it as we go, right?
You are funding it as you go. That's a good catch. And I always, whenever I hear the video and whenever I hear someone say it, I always cringe just a little bit because the city is setting aside the match. Your questions earlier about the rate that the city pays and whether that's meeting the actual match and where do you project that to go, we would expect that rate to stay pretty steady for the plan that you've got, for the demographics that you've got, for the assumptions that we make about your plan. We expect your rate to stay fairly steady. I suspect if I came back here 5 years from now, your rate's going to be very close to the 12.47% that you're projected to pay in 2024. But as you pointed out, when the match is actually transferred, that's at retirement. The monies that the employees here at Fair Oaks Ranch, when they are contributing, the members are contributing, that money doesn't belong to Fair Oaks Ranch, it doesn't belong to TMRS. We simply hold the members' money in trust. The monies that the city is setting aside in your contribution rate, you're satisfying the match. And on any given day, your employees here could call TMRS and we could tell them to the penny what that 2-to-1 match looks like because it's actually happening during the member's career. But the member does not own the city's contributions and it's not used until retirement. And that is where we convert it to that lifetime retirement benefit. And Mr. Mayor, you had a question about the vesting. When a member actually vest in TMRS, it means something just a little different than what you may be familiar with in the private sector. Whenever you hear vesting in the private sector, that means you've now satisfied the length of service where if you were to depart that employer, you can take your money and the employer's money as well. In TMRS, it means something a little different. It means you've reached a milestone that says now that you are vested at some point in the future, age 60, or if you get to 20 years of service, whichever comes first, you're going to qualify for a retirement benefit. So the members who have worked here at Fair Oaks Ranch, who have 5 years of service, who leave, they're vested. They can keep their account intact. It's going to continue to grow with interest. The city has already set aside the match. It continues to grow right alongside it. And then when that member reaches age 60, they could come back to TMRS and say, now I'm eligible to retire. I'd like to convert whatever my balances are now to that lifetime stream of income. And your restricted prior service credit ordinance, if you were to adopt it, that option as part of your plan allows an employee to count any other service that they've had anywhere in the United States that's public employment, that they could count that time toward the eligibility requirements.
What's the benefit to the city to do that?
When you look at a city like Fair Oaks Ranch and your proximity to a major metropolitan area, as beautiful as it is out here, the city is growing toward you, not away from you. And as the demand for city services continue to grow, I was looking back and noticed when y'all joined back in March of 1993, you had 6 employees, full-timers. And today you've got 77 employees who are working full-time, paying into TMRS. And as you recruit those employees, especially those who come in with some knowledge and experience, you're typically looking for an employee that has done it before. And sometimes it's not even somebody who's done it here in the state of Texas. They may have come from elsewhere. And that becomes yet another tool that you could put in front of a possible candidate who's coming to work here to say, we can actually count this time toward your eligibility for retirement. Now, granted, it's already been pointed out to you, it's not adding any money to their benefit, and it's not adding any cost to the city to adopt it. But it is another tool in your toolkit, in your recruiting, and possibly for retaining the experienced employees that you already have. If they've got enough service now that they can see the finish line, it may be an employee that you want to keep. And if they are closer to that finish line, it's more likely that they are to stay here than to leave if they can see that that finish line, they could go in and get there somewhere else.
I had a question. It's just from my understanding, because I don't understand. I understand the individual pays in, and then you said the city sets aside an amount.
Yes.
Do we allocate that money by paycheck when the employee does? The city also provides that money. Does it go right into TRMS? Do we hold on to it? Do we have to set it aside?
Every month, the city sends a contribution into TMRS, and it includes the members' contribution and the city's. They typically make one payment into TMRS each month. And I'm not sure if the city is paid bi-weekly or weekly, bi-weekly. So the deferrals that come out of the member's paycheck comes out pre-tax. It's set aside, and then at the end of the month, by the 15th of the following month, Fair Oaks Ranch, and your history is stellar, you send those payments into TMRS within the 15th day of the following month, and those are credited, to the member's account.
And I was just trying to figure out, I mean, where would it cost the city more? Where would we, Scott, you mentioned possibly a 0.05%, but
On the high side, yeah.
But as I'm looking at this, I mean, as we hire individuals, if they come in with 10 years of service, we hire them at a certain salary, and there's no benefit for their 10 years of service as part of that, of their salary. They just start making contributions into the TMRS plan as part of our city.
You got it. You got
And
it.
if they qualify for retirement after 10 years, they only qualify based on that amount that's been contributed to the system over the 10 years that they've worked here with the city.
That is correct. That is correct. Mayor, if you were to look at a smaller city, or think back in time to Fair Oaks when you joined TMRS with 6 employees, for a really small town, you could have someone who could have restricted prior service credit, and now that person is closer to retirement eligibility than they otherwise would have been. When we would have expected out of 6 employees, they were all going to qualify for retirement 10 years from now. Well, as it turns out, one had additional service, and now they're going to qualify in 5 years. That's the only way that we would see a benefit pass on any additional liability to the city. It would have to be a really, really small town. And Fair Oaks Ranch is far from that now. With 77 employees, we consider the city a mid-sized city in TMRS. And in my experience, this is my 19th year at TMRS, and I just have not seen it happen where the restricted prior service credit has added any cost to a city your size.
In my discussion before the meeting with Mr. Mills, I asked this question, is this a defined contribution plan or a defined benefit? Typically, defined benefit is like a pension. You pay in some money, but it guarantees these benefits. And you might explain that this is a bit of a hybrid from what you explained to me.
It is.
Because a defined contribution, like a 401k, it's whatever you put into there, whichever you earn, that's all you get. And this plan, it's a little bit different from the way you and I discussed, so maybe you could help enlighten us there.
That's correct, Councilman. We do call it a hybrid plan. When you look at all retirement plans, they are typically going to fall in one or two camps. They're going to be either a defined contribution plan or a defined benefit plan. A defined contribution plan is going to be one like a 401K or 457B or 403B, where it's the money that goes in and that grows with interest accruals. That balance that you have at retirement, that's it. That's what you've got. It's a defined contribution plan. It's the contribution that went in that's defined by the master document. In a defined benefit plan, those typically are thought of as plans like the teacher's retirement system or the state's employees' retirement system. The military has a solid pension plan where they use a formula that takes into account your salary and your service, regardless of your actual balance, and calculate a retirement benefit. Those are pure defined benefit plans. Well, TMRS, we straddle the fence on both because we've talked about the contributions that come in and the interest that grows on the member's account, and that the city is setting aside a match all throughout the career. They're building a balance. The member's building a balance, the city's building a balance, and they're going to be used to calculate a retirement benefit for the member. But what makes TMRS a defined benefit plan under the tax code is that our formula ensures that not just the 24 folks who've already retired from Fair Oaks Ranch, but for the 77 of those who will retire, that formula guarantees that they're going to get a lifetime retirement benefit that's based on that balance that they had when they retired and their age. We use their age to determine life expectancy that tells us how to divide that balance so that it lasts a lifetime. And that's what makes us a defined benefit plan under the tax code.
Any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
So the plan that we have right now, it sounds like the main difference is you just don't get the credit for prior government services. That's it.
That is correct. And for city, again, with your demographics, with your geographic location, with as many military employees and veterans that you have in this area, and other public employees who may consider Fair Oaks Ranch as a place of employment, it's the one thing when I looked at your benefits package in TMRS, the one thing that's missing. Because again, it is typically going to be in any city I think that you would consider your peer city, especially those that are in metropolitan areas.
Go ahead.
One more question for me. How many employees do we have that would put them, like, did you guys kind of look to see how many employees would get near retirement age if we adopted this?
I did not know.
We wouldn't know because they would have to apply for their credits. We don't know what kind of credits they would have, if they're eligible
Okay,
for them.
that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. Except for through the grapevine, right?
Yes,
Unofficial
the
math,
gossip
napkin
mill,
math.
yes,
Yeah.
unofficial math.
Anybody else? Any questions from anybody here tonight?
Do we pay more for this, to add this benefit as a city? There's no fees or anything? No. Okay.
No.
Anybody else? Then can I get a motion to approve the ordinance authorizing restricted prior service credit for employees who are members of the Texas Municipal Retirement System?
So moved.
Motion from Scott and a second from Michelle. Any other discussion from council? Motion on the table. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
I'm an A on this one.
Okay.
Well, thank you. That was exciting.
Well, Jennifer, thank you for the explanation, and Mr. Mills, thank you for being here tonight and the comments that you provided too. It was very helpful. Well, that completes all of the consideration items that we had on the agenda tonight. Now we'll move into our workshop items, and the first is the 2023-2024 Compensation Plan Workshop. Scott, you're going to kick this one off for us?
I am. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Scott Husingay, Interim City Manager. Tonight, for our first workshop, we will talk about the compensation plan, specifically the policies and recommendations within the comp plan. We'll also talk about the proposed adjustments to the job classification schedule and the pay schedule in the comp plan. And at the end, we'll talk about the most recent Employment Cost Index, or ECI, and how that relates to the proposed COLA, cost of living adjustment, within the compensation plan. So, a quick refresher, the council adopted the current compensation plan and philosophy in 2020, November of 2020. So we're entering just the fourth fiscal year coming up next year of using this adopted plan. The council adopted the study along with the new pay scale and the revised job classifications at that time. And as part of that study that the council adopted, the adopted philosophy was that we would be in the top third of our peer group, or our benchmark cities, in order to enhance recruitment and retention of our employees. Prior to the new plan being adopted at the time, we were well behind our benchmark cities, which is, I presume, why that philosophy was adopted. And so we're behind our benchmark cities as well as many other employers in the area as well. So as we're thinking about adjustments to the plan and the COLA and everything that goes into that, we have to bear in mind that we're still playing catch up from when we were well behind our peer group, and we're doing that during an inflationary period that we're in right now, to put some context behind the numbers as we go through the changes in the compensation plan. But on this slide is the primary policy recommendations that were included in the very large comp plan at that time. But the compensation manual calls for, among other things, to review the compensation plan at least annually. So the HR department, under the direction of the city manager, makes recommendations based on such things as market alignment or changes to market conditions, organizational changes, and other identified changes to positions and job classifications for the organizational structure. Per the adopted plan, any changes to job titles, pay grades, or new job classifications must be approved by the city council. And that's why we're bringing this for you tonight as a workshop item. So as we're presenting these changes, we're doing this during the budget process so that any changes that do have budget impacts can be incorporated into the proposed budget that we'll bring after tonight's workshop back to you in a couple weeks for as we go into the final consideration process. So I'll start with the pay classifications, or job classifications within the comp plan, our pay grade. The pay grades are in your packet. The full grid is in your packet, along with the proposed changes to certain job classifications as well. There are some proposed changes that would affect currently filled positions, so I'll start with those. The first is to add a corporal job classification to the plan. This was discussed during the chief's budget presentation. This would add a level in between the officer and the sergeant. It would remove the field training officer stipend and make that position a promotional opportunity. And this would affect 4 positions within the city. Yes, sir.
Just for education, when we swap out the FTO position, is that a financial wash?
Not quite. It's the amount is on the budget worksheet. I think it was around $13,000 difference. Is that, am I in the ballpark there? So the change for the corporal position, what the budget impact was?
35 to 40.
I was thinking of the wrong one. 35 to 40.
Yeah.
It,
It's into that position? I'm looking for ballpark. 40,000? For a position? No, no, no.
Total.
overall. All of it, the whole shebang.
clarify.
The
Yeah.
whole thing, gift wraps with a bow, yeah. Yeah, 40,000.
And when we get to the budget workshop, you'll see that number in the funded items, but I just didn't have it by memory, but. Another proposal, I'm going a little bit out of order because I'm starting with the filled positions that we already have, is to reallocate the maintenance technician position from pay grade 13 to pay grade 14. That's to reflect market conditions and to enhance recruitment and retention. This one was brought up during the Public Works budget presentation, and I will put that on par with our utility technician as well. It's just to enhance, be in line with our peer group and other private sector pressures that we're feeling in the job market for that position as well. The Public Works Administrative Assistant is proposed to have a new job title of Administrative Support Specialist. This was requested by the Public Works Department earlier in the year. There is no budget impact to this change. This would be a title change and a modest change to the job description that doesn't have any pay grade or budgetary impacts, but it would just simply change the title of that position. And the recommended proposal would reclassify the accounting manager in finance to assistant director of finance and place that position at pay grade 30. This reflects our proposed organizational structure of the department moving forward, per my recommendation in the budget. It aligns with most of our peers who already have an assistant director position. I believe this has been discussed in the past, at least internally. This pay grade, compared to other larger cities, is loosely equivalent to what would be a senior analyst or a financial manager in a larger city. So I think it's still a relative bargain. I don't anticipate any immediate budgetary impact from the reclassification, although the upper range would be affected based on going from the accounting manager to the assistant director. But as we typically feel at the minimum, or if it's an internal promotion, our policy is 5%, so they wouldn't have a large budgetary impact in the short term. It just increases the pay grade in that range. This is akin to a few years ago when the council approved the classification for an assistant director in Public Works. I can't remember what the old job classification was off the cuff, but Public Works Superintendent, thank you. To make that an assistant director to better reflect the functions of the job. Mr. Rowe, you had a question?
What is the current pay grade that the assistant director, the accounting manager's in?
I believe it's 27.
27? Okay,
And
thank you.
it's in the packet.
And this is not, just to be clear, this is not going to leave a manager position open. This isn't creating a new position, right?
This would create the job classification, and we would then fill the assistant director position in the budget.
Okay, but there wouldn't,
We would not backfill the accounting manager.
right, that would just kind of go off.
Correct.
Okay.
I would propose that, that one would go away.
Scott, I heard you make the comment that there's no financial difference.
In the
If we-
short term, I'm sort of saying is, even though there's a difference in pay grade, where employees align currently and we have current vacancies, so when we fill them. So where we fill that position likely would be at or less than the employee composition in the budget that we've already projected in payroll. So, okay, going forward, if we hire an assistant director, hopefully that stays here for 15 years, there'd be a higher maximum, which to me would be a good problem to have. But in the short term, there would not be a significant increase.
And just related to this, I was looking for the director of finance, and right now we have that at a pay grade 37. And so
Sounds
really
right.
this gets, I think what we're looking at is getting the assistant director more in line.
Yes.
So when that happens, for whoever's in that position, do we immediately jump their salary if they're in a step? Let me ask the question this way. if we have them in a step in 27, for instance, let's pick any of them. When you change that, where do they enter into that pay range? Do they
Sure.
keep their salary what it is until you get the next evaluation, and wherever that current salary and the step is that where you evaluate them
Right.
on?
With any, and if we're talking an internal promotion with any position, our policy is a minimum 5% increase or the minimum step in that range. So if it's an internal promotion and the current salary is below step 1, they go to step 1.
But if they're already in the range, let's say they're
Yeah.
not in step 1, but they're in step 4 in the current range, and you move them over,
Then they go to the step that's closest to 5%
Okay.
increase.
at the evaluation period or at the moment you reclass?
In that case, it's at the moment they're promoted,
Okay.
or the
So that-
the next pay period.
So that's when the impact would happen. That
Yes.
would be the, okay.
So with this, are we proposing that the accounting manager currently will then become the assistant director, or is that not what this is?
That is what this is, yes.
So we can expect then either, I'm not asking for exacts, but either they go to step 1, which I'm going to assume they're over step 1, or a 5% increase.
Yes, that's true. Yes. And other questions on the assistant director? Okay, so those are the positions that affect filled positions that we have now in one form or another. There are 2 proposed job classifications related to the HR and Communications Department, and these job classifications are not currently filled, and these are not positions that are currently funded in the budget, but they are 2 job classifications that we like to add to the compensation schedule, essentially to provide us some options. And that is the addition of, again, the job classifications of an HR generalist and a communications manager. These were talked about during the HR and communications budget presentation. Again, neither of these positions are in the draft budget, but they'd be, again, added to the plan as possible alternatives. Previously, during that presentation, the council discussed whether or not to add a communications-related position, and if so, where to place that position, within the HR and Communications Department, or breaking it out from HR, separating from HR into an office that would effectively report to administration. So, under one scenario, we could add additional duties to an HR specialist and make that a position a generalist, which counterintuitively has more responsibility. The generalist does, and that position would handle additional HR duties. The intent of that would be to free up resources for the HR director to provide more attention to communications, and ensuring that the higher level HR duties remain. Alternatively, the pay plan also adds the communication manager position. Again, it's not currently funded in the proposal, but the job description is prepared. So it would give us the option, if we want to go that way and choose how to proceed, to provide a new position as a communications manager, as a separate office with a manager within the city. So again, these two classifications would simply be added to the compensation plan. Actually filling either position would still remain part of the budget discussion process, which we'll talk about some in the next workshop.
Scott, when we're looking at the addition of the human resource generalist at a pay grade 25, as part of this, we're also giving up the HR communications position at pay grade 23. Is that?
Yeah, we would. We have both positions, but the intent would be to reclass the specialist to a generalist.
And then just looking at the operations of our city staff, some respects, these two positions are tied together in how we would organize really HR and communications.
Yes.
So if you were to make the switch to the addition of an HR resources generalist, and we filled that position, would it tie us to that we would need a communications manager?
It would not. It would not. I look at them as, from a functional perspective, an either or. They don't necessarily have to be, but what we're saying is we can either reclassify our current HR specialist to an HR generalist with more HR responsibility, or we could create and fill a communications manager in a separate communications office, or, as I always say, C, do nothing. But those are the alternatives that this proposal represents.
Scott, what would be the logic to reclass from the specialist to the generalist? What would be the justification there?
The justification would be that the generalist would be doing higher level human resources work across all functions of HR to free up resources of the HR director towards the communication side.
So if we move our current HR specialist to HR generalist, and we do what we talked about before, either jump them a pay step or the 5%, do we also, at that point, since I'm assuming you said it happened immediately, are they also eligible for the COLA and the 2.5% merit? So are they eligible for the entire bundle, or how does that work in accordance with this change currently?
Yes, so, and bear in mind when I say that would happen immediately, that's during the year after we've adopted the budget, we've adopted the comp plan, and we've promoted someone for whatever reason. In this case, we wouldn't do it until after the budget and the compensation plan is passed, so it would be after October 1st.
So the answer is yes.
But
So they would,
ultimately, I think the answer to your question is yes.
so they would get the bump up of the COLA and the promotion, or the 2.5% currently, and then whatever step they were at, either they would go straight over to the closest one or the 5%.
That's correct.
So we'd be considering the possibility that they would get whatever we do plus 5% more.
As a promotion, yes. Yep.
The comments is that we have a addition of a human resources generalist, and then what we talked is the position of a human resource specialist. So it's the transition from one to the other, correct?
The transition would be from the specialist to the generalist, yes.
But the specialist is actually a dual title. It is communication and HR specialist.
That is
Correct.
true. We shorthanded here, but yes.
And so really what we're doing is we're taking the communications responsibility away from the individual, that position, and assigning them as a generalist in HR. Okay.
So, Greg, to add to your comment, if we were to do that, that kind of forces us to add a communication manager. So I think we're going to have to assess that as we look, because you got to have somebody do that, right? I mean, if you take away a role, somebody has to pick that up. So if you take the specialist who has dual role and totally locate them into one specific role, then the hole that was created by them leaving those duties behind would have to be filled some way, right? Either internally spread throughout, or we have to bring another person on board.
Right, and that more of those duties would shift to the HR and communications director.
Okay. But we'll probably talk about this
under
some
that
more.
scenario.
I'm sure we're going to talk about this some more.
Sure.
So, okay, all right.
Right, so essentially, Joanna would have more time to focus on communication instead of having to,
Under that scenario, yes.
Under that
exactly.
scenario.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
okay.
I'm struggling I'm struggling a little bit with, and I'm gonna sound like a broken horse, I know. The overall COLA, and I know we keep referring back to this approved by the council on November 19th, 2020. None of us were sitting here. So I think you said you read that.
Yeah,
You
I
went
actually
back
have
and-
a copy of it here. I read through the entire thing, so.
So I'm struggling a little bit because I'm looking at all this and I'm sitting here thinking to myself, and this may not be the appropriate time for the conversation, so you guys can tell me, but, I mean, people could be getting 10 to 15% when you just don't see those big amounts. I mean, even the COLA is a lot, in addition to the merit. And where and when do we have the discussion about, like, usually a merit means merit to me, so you get, if you're exceeding expectations, you get the full 2.5. If you're not, you get the what, and it sounds like here that almost everybody gets the 2.5%, whether or not they, so what's the point in working hard if everybody, is that true? That's what it seems like I'm hearing, but am I wrong in that?
You have to meet expectations, Susan. Not everyone gets it. A large portion does. That's true.
So you give the highest percent just meeting expectations, not exceed, you don't have exceeds, meets, and below, or, you know.
We have
meets
that on,
market?
we have that on our rating system. Up to this point in time, we haven't delineated a separate merit or bonus based
It's an
on
all
that.
or nothing, it's 2.5% or not.
As it currently, yes.
Good.
See, and I kind of have a problem with that, and I also just, maybe this is something we put on the thing that the council did back in 2020. We keep, I hear it, I've heard it many times since I've sat up here, and shame on me for not reading it like Keith. But I still, yeah, I know, right? I feel like I want to review that because I feel like it keeps coming back, and I'm not necessarily sure if I agree with everything, at least that I've heard about in that agreement. And it's all kind of coming to a head here with all these different positions, and I'm sitting here thinking, wow, I may need to change to come work for y'all because, I mean, if I'm going to get that much of a raise every year, that's great, because I don't get it in the private sector. So, I don't know. That's just my two cents on it.
I believe both of these are directed as part of our personnel policy manuals, correct? And so we have and if I misspeak, please correct me. We have a COLA, which is a cost of living adjustment for increased inflation or cost of living from year to year.
Yes.
And so the COLA is really what we address as part of the plan that we're looking at for tonight. And I know that we bring the merit in also, and for the reasons you spoke about. And we did have a discussion on this, all or nothing, and that it should be graduated some degree. But as we're looking tonight, as we go through this, it's really not the appropriate time to be looking at how we need to design the merit allocation as it relates to our personnel manual. My belief, and I agree, that it is something that we need to look at and address and come up with something that is more appropriate and promotes individuals to excel and receive a higher level of merit. And, you know, if I'm an average performer and I get 2.5%, or if I'm a top performer and I get 2.5%, what inspires me to be the top performer? Is that
Sure.
a fair statement? And so what you're bringing up is the merit. It's really not and should not be included as part of the COLA, although I understand the process of what you're thinking through is a raise for the end of the year.
Well, we're using those numbers, though, to figure out cost for a position.
Right.
So I think it is germane.
Okay.
I understand what Michelle is saying, and I think what Keith is saying as well, is that when we're looking at what the end of numbers for the pay are, and we're working that out for a budget, it is something that we need to
I would agree the amount, but addressing how the merit
Oh, no,
is provided.
I agree.
It's not the appropriate
That's
time.
not the appropriate.
And my next question, these scales right here, these steps, with what we did last year and what we are going to do, or what we're supposed to be doing with COLA this year and the 2.5, have these scales been adjusted? Like, is everybody up at step 4 and 5, pretty much?
That, what's in your packet includes the 4% adjustment.
Got it. Okay. All right. And is there opportunity, if we wanted, and I know we're not voting on this, it's just a workshop, right?
Yes.
But in the future, when it comes back to the rubber meets the road, is this gonna be a blanket approval, or can we take them piecemeal?
Take what piecemeal?
When we approve these moves and these new positions or moves, do we have to do it all in one chunk, or can we approve them one at a time?
You're talking about the position changes.
Yeah, actually, the discussion tonight is to provide guidance on what each positions that we want to carry forward. So yes,
Okay,
it
so then we
is.
need to get into the nitty-gritty of each position.
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Because the next time that it comes to us is when we either vote to approve the budget or don't. And so this is where we redline what we want or don't want.
Okay, and so far, you're just hearing general comments from us. We haven't gotten into the nitty-gritty yet. So, all right, cool.
Yeah, so when we get to the budget ordinances, and this would be a resolution corresponding with those ordinances, and that resolution would effectively provide the grid with whatever feedback we get tonight, changes, et cetera. Of course, just like any resolution at that time, you can amend it in any number of ways at that time. But yeah, the intent is to get the guidance tonight so that we can incorporate that into the proposed budget, ultimately incorporate that into the resolution that we'll consider in September.
So, when, how many more workshops do we have to address these issues before that gets wrapped into a proposal of a formal budget?
It will get wrapped and presented to you at the next meeting. That doesn't mean you can't change it, but we have to file the proposed budget with the city secretary by, I want to say, the 22nd of August. Our next meeting is the 17th of August. That's when we'll give it to you. Yeah, and that doesn't mean that's the final answer. That just means that's the proposed budget.
When
I think
we,
it may be a long night because I can't see us, to Michelle's point and Scott's and everybody's, I can't see us giving you some guidance and then seeing the impact and then not having a chance to evaluate that before we get the thing thrown on the desk for approval.
The
That's
impacts,
problem.
the financial impacts are on the worksheet, on the budget.
I'm talking about the changes that we might suggest. So getting into the
Mm-hmm.
nitty-gritty of these things, I don't want the council to be backed into a corner to have to approve something that we're not happy with, and then to try to figure out how to amend it, which is why I was asking about the schedule. If it's the next meeting, it's a pretty tight window, so to Michelle's point, we're going to have to get into the nitty-gritty this meeting in order to give you guidance to bring us back the one that you think we would approve or make some small tweaks. 'Cause I wouldn't expect to do a lot of amending to something you bring. We'd feel like by that time we've worked it, but if this is the first time we've seen it, 2 weeks from now is really pretty speedy to get that addressed, because I believe there are some more issues to question. I have a lot of things marked.
Yeah.
so
I take all that.
Yeah.
The one distinction I would make is that even from a hypothetical standpoint, even if you approved all of these changes in the comp plan, and I'm not suggesting you would or would not, that is not the same thing as approving it in the budget.
Correct.
All this does is add the classification to our schedule. Doesn't mean we're going to use them all. That's the budgetary decision.
Maybe I was confused then. When does the budgetary piece get approved?
Right after this session, we have the budget workshop.
Yeah.
We'll take those items, and that's what we will put into the proposed budget on the 17th. That's when we do the proposed budget, and we approve the maximum tax rates on August 17th.
Okay.
And then you have technically 4 more meetings after that to make changes, if you
Okay.
want to do
So
so.
tonight, the intent was really to get the hard discussions out of the way.
Right.
And so that's, as part of the compensation plan and the budget, it's really to make those hard discussions, decisions, so that, and it's not decisions, but guidance, so that can be included as part of the budget that will be presented as at the next meeting. At that time, we will have a chance to review it during that time, but the expectation is that the changes that would be made during that time would be minor.
Okay.
There.
So I have
If we continue, we can always add other special meetings to the, if it takes us that time, we can add special meetings. It's
Yes.
a capability. Sorry.
That's okay. I'm just over here raising my hand.
Go ahead.
2 questions. I think this one was already slightly answered, but I just want to make sure I have a clarification. I understand that by approving these changes in this, we're not necessarily affecting the budget. I get that. But in certain instances, I feel like we kind of are. So I guess point blank, my question is, we have an HR communication specialist currently. So I'm assuming if we eliminate that position, if you want to call it that, and we add an HR generalist, I don't think we're going to get rid of our person. So I'm assuming at that point, that is going to have some sort of budget impact. I would say the same for the accounting manager moving to the assistant director of finance. So to come in and say that we're not going to have budgetary impact is actually, in my opinion, inaccurate, because there will be budgetary impact at least for a few. Now, not all of them, and I
Right.
get that, but some of them have a larger percentage of budgetary impact depending on the flow of how it goes through the system. So it could be the impact of COLA plus the 2.5%, and then that levels them to a playing field, and then possible 5% more. So we are talking about a budgetary impact. So I'd like to call a spade a spade. on
Well,
that.
that's why I started with the positions. I did say I'll start with the four classifications that do have a budget impact as proposed. That's true. We could hypothetically leave all the job classifications in and not
Okay.
change anything. But yes, you're right that the recommendation, the proposal is in those cases to make those changes, and they would have budget impact, yes.
And then I think my second question is probably more for the next one. So we're going to be discussing COLA in this next section, or is that
Yes, ma'am.
correct? Okay, I'll hold for that one.
One more point is if we're all good with these, it's implying that we're going to change the budget, in my opinion. I mean, to Chesley's point, you guys wouldn't have put these on here if you didn't think these changes were needed, and you may even have plans in motion and conversations going to where we're going to move some people around based on this. So this is implying that things are going to change and things are going to,
It's the recommendation, yes.
yeah.
Why don't we finish going through this? And, because I think you have another slide of, and then I'd like to get to the COLA, and why don't we start with the COLA and let's hammer that one out.
Sure. So, employment cost index, this is, I updated this slide from what was in your packet because the report was released last Friday. We weren't able to get to the change before we got to the report, but, so you'll see the numbers on the left are different from what's in your packet. This report is as of July 28th for the period ending June 30th. So generally, the ECI, the Employment Cost Index, like CPI, like other inflation figures, are moderating from certainly what we saw last year, but they're still above historical norms. That's what we talked about before, where through this compensation plan, we're both playing catch-up from 4 or 5 years prior when we were way behind in our market, and also fighting inflation at the same time. But for the year ending June 30, the nationwide ECI is 4.6%. That's down from the report we saw for the period ending March. And for the region, that includes Texas. I believe that's the West South Central region, or something like that. That figure dropped to 2.5%. We just started reporting that regional rate number to you last year. In prior years, we had used the national number as a base and worked from there. So anecdotally, I think this continues to show that Texas has been a leading indicator in the economy at large, which makes sense with the size of economy that Texas is, right? So last year, when the ECI was going up due to inflation, the Texas number was even higher than the national average. Now that it's going down or it's moderating, we see that impact more the opposite way in Texas as well. So it's going down at a faster rate, not because it's a leading indicator, but also because it's starting at a higher rate, or a higher base from last year. So the Texas rate was down to 2.5% year over year. So to the question, currently we have a 4% COLA proposed. That's the number that was from March. That's the number we presented in our 5-year plan back in April and May when we were presenting those figures to you. And that was what we used as the base to draft our budget. Since that time, it's changed. So, so based on the latest figures, as we have the COLA discussion, even per our policy, I think 3 to 4% would be more than sufficient to keep our current pay scale up with the economy inflation, because that is the goal of the ECI and the COLA and our pay scale ultimately. To the question before, when you're separating COLA and merit, the purpose of the COLA is to stay current and adjust the whole pay scale so that we don't fall behind. And I think, as we see with the employment with the rates moderating, we started at 4% based on the March number. The July is different, so that's certainly open to discussion. And at this point, it looks like 4% is probably high.
Did we do any analysis as a city for positions that we have that match up to positions in peer cities for this year to see where we fell on that 30%, being in the top 30%?
We didn't do a holistic analysis this year. We did that last year for virtually every position that we could find a match for. I don't have that in front of me, but we did do that. This year, we were looking at those targeted positions that we talked about for adjustment.
Second question is kind of going back to this ever policy that I'm going to call it the COLA policy. I know it's got a better name than that. But most of us weren't on council when that was approved. So I remember last year in some conversations that we had, it was kind of, well, we look at this and we look at this and we try to average it and get to a point for a COLA and a this. So is there a set in stone, you have to do this, or because council directs and makes policy, we can direct and make policy up here?
It's the latter. There is no set in stone policy.
Sweet.
Chesley, and when I read the document that was adopted on November 19, 2020, that it was recommendations, not necessarily requirements. So I think that leaves it to us to figure that piece out. So.
But it does provide a process of looking at the ECI, followed by other indicators that it recommends that we look at, and then a look at peer cities to see what their
Correct.
But I think some of it was looking at peer cities at what is possibly what they're doing as part of COLAs also. But yes, the intent was for us to maintain in the top third.
Yeah. Well, I guess my point is, in looking at that though, if I have a salary for, and I'll just throw something out because it's easy, city manager, and we're already in the top 30% of city manager, and so, we're sitting 30% higher, and then I look at whatever that same city is doing for COLA, if I do the same thing, that doesn't necessarily put me where I exactly want to be. So I would like to see the entire view of it, not just what are they doing with COLA. How do we line up with those cities? Because I can't just look at one piece of it. I need the whole picture to the puzzle.
I think we can't do it right this minute during this time, but I think it would serve us well to reassess the whole policy, like you said, post our budget once we figure out exactly what we're going to do specifically for this budget. But we should probably readdress it. It's been 4 years now, so it's time to take a look at those recommendations again. I'd say, but we do need to make a financial decision that for this specific budget. and then later deal with the policy part or the way the council is going to look at it going forward, so.
Scott, what was your recommendation for a COLA for this year? So we put 4% in the budget. And did you mention 3 now? Or
Yeah, I mentioned a range of 3 to 4.
Okay.
I think we had 4 right now, and I mean, based on the numbers, I think it's pretty clear that that's on the high side.
I would suggest we get close to the Texas if you were asking for recommendations.
I would agree with that. I'm going to chime in here. I think we have great staff, and I want to, everybody to feel like we support you. But at the same time, we were put in this position to look out for what's best for our citizens. We have a pretty large population of folks that are retired or don't work and don't get any raises. Yet they're going to be the ones feeling the impact because it potentially, depending on what we decide to do, is going to increase their tax bills. And so I think we have a responsibility to them to really take a close look at this and what that's going to mean to the bottom line.
And just to add to that, I mean, obviously, we've gone through this TMRS stuff, and we have an extensive benefits package. I mean, we give in a lot of different ways. And so I think looking at that, I feel like we support our staff, and so we have to balance this. And so I agree with what Emily is saying, that I think it's got to be a good balance.
Scott, could you just, I know you and I talked a little bit about this, just give an overview of the impact of the budget overall with the 4% and the merit, how many dollars that actually equates to? Do you have that, Andy?
Back at my desk.
I have it. You sent it to
Go
me.
for it. It was.
I'm going to be Scott for a minute. I think you said the 4% COLA was about a $221,000 increase in expense, and the merit would be another $144,000. So, you're in the high threes, almost $400,000 impact to the budget, just as it's on the table at the moment. And that's not including the job reclassifications. That's just the impact of the COLA and the merit, at least. If this is- okay.
I have it as 393, 152.
Okay, I was close. Thank you.
Isn't it in here? I saw it, I thought somewhere, the impact to these proposed changes on the budget?
It's under the budget workshop.
Okay, so we'll get
packet,
into
yes.
that, okay.
But the amounts are there, yes.
I just can't find it at the moment.
Sure.
I saw it.
I think it's after the line item worksheet, so it's several pages after where you are now. But there's the presentation, I think there's a line item detail, and then there's the funded and unfunded, I think.
Trying to figure out a way ahead and where we need to go with the information that we have right now. The comments that have been made so far, and what I agree with, is we have an extraordinary city staff. We've asked them to do tremendous things, and they accomplish that at a high rate all the time. I mean, even this week we had a challenge, and it was met by our city staff, and we made it through without a scar. And so I don't know if it's conflicted, but what is the right thing to do? We want to support the city staff and do the right thing for them, but also we have an obligation to our residents to ensure that we're utilizing the taxpayer dollars in a meaningful and prudent manner. And so if you look at this and the way it's being viewed right now, if you had a 2.5 merit increase that most individuals receive, and you combine that with a 4% COLA adjustment, then we're looking at a 6.5 adjustment in pay for the year, which and not say anything negative about what we receive, the services that we receive from city staff, but that's a pretty big pay adjustment from year to year. And last year, I think we even, we did what? Yeah, we went to get everything back in line, and we knew we were coming out of a big inflation year. And so now we're in a year and we look at it, and the normal, I would say, if you looked at it, most people that receive a COLA, it would be a total adjustment minus any promotions would probably be in the 2.5 to 3% range. My belief, and just on the research that I've done. And so we want to be fair. So what is fair?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I see it in definitions, okay? Merit is merit, okay? ECI is 2.5. I think that's where we ought to shoot for. For COLA, right? COLA is COLA, merit is merit. COLA, merit, merit. I think that should be our marching direction or someplace within that, as opposed to being at 4%, to kind of keep the taxpayers where we need to be and be fair to the staff, you know, insofar as the cost of living. Where we are. And if you're working towards a merit stipend, then you're there. But we did go out on a limb last year, I thought, with 9. And I'm just calling it the way that I see it. Sorry.
I agree, and it was an extraordinary year, and we did make the adjustments.
You know, there's other COLAs, it's like you said, Scott, the COLAs, that, and then the merit. But the merit, I don't think that should be peanut buttered across all the employees just if they show up and, you know, do the things they've been hired to do. That's expected. And merit should be dealt with based on, exceeding performance or significantly exceeding. If we've done a good job with the ranges, we've said, first of all, we say we're in the top third. That's our target, which is pretty rich. I checked with the city of Grand Prairie. Their city office is average, so they're at the midpoint of all those ranges, and they're a much bigger city than we are. So if we're the top third, then our ranges should be already up there, and therefore merit should be based on exceeding performance and significantly exceeding. If you show up and do your job really good and you meet expectations, then the COLA. But beyond that, the merit should be based truly on merit. That's how it's done in corporate America. And I know that's how it's done in many companies that we've all been part of it. So I don't support the idea of peanut butter into the merit across all the employees, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I don't know, Council, if you said Granbury or Grand
Grand Prairie.
But that's why I wanted to clarify. So I don't know where Grand Prairie is at, but I mean
Dallas, Fort Worth.
I mean, I don't know where they are in their compensation plan. I know where Grand Prairie is, for the record. But it's when we talked about the third, just for reference,
Right.
We're that at the time as 1/3 of our peer group, of which Grand Prairie was not one of those. But just for reference, that's what our it's a one being that upper third of our benchmark cities.
And they're in the midpoint of their benchmarks of their peer group. So they're in their peer group. They chose to be midpoint.
Gotcha.
We're going beyond. So which I think is good.
We are, and I think that was I mean, I wasn't here, but I believe that was a conscious decision.
Right.
And that could be changed.
We
but
support that because we want to get quality employees. But so the merit, we really need to talk about how that's applied, or make sure it's not just added, just not becomes a COLA.
I agree with but the point we're at right now, I don't think we're at this is something that we need to address beyond the budget decision. But right now, whatever the policy is that lays out for merit is what will be included as part of the transition in next year's budget.
I will say, Greg, though, that the policy is a recommendation. If you read the words specifically and what we approved back in 2020, it's a recommendation. It's not a fix that you have to do a merit. at this rate. It's more of a recommendation. So if we want to apply it across the board, then maybe, the combined of the COLA and the merit is a combined number. If we're not going to address the structure, which I can understand that because of the timing, that we may just say, here's the cap of what we decide to spend across all the employees, and they all get it. So, I mean, that's one way of addressing it. Then later we address the process. So.
Of course.
The merit. Julie, oh, sorry. On the merit, it is based on the performance evaluation, which is graded on a score, the highest that you can get is a 3. You have to get a 2.5 or higher to receive the merit. It's either you get the merit or you get nothing. So there's no scale. It's either you get 2.5% merit or you get 0. So that's kind of how it works. So it is above average performance because you have to have the 2.5 out of 3 score to receive the merit.
Okay.
Do you have
So,
an
does that
idea
help?
of how many people receive merit versus don't?
Last
Ballpark,
year,
not exactly ballpark.
yeah.
There's a couple other different factors that tie into that. They can't have a written documentation, which makes them not eligible for the merit increase. So if I'm documented within the budget year for a written notice of a violation of a policy, I am not eligible for a merit increase. Even if the rest of my year is outstanding and I exceed expectations, except for that one situation, I'm no longer eligible for the merit increase. So there's a couple of other little factors that play and role with
But
whether you receive it.
approximately what percent receive
I
it
wouldn't be
versus
able,
don't?
I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Do you know that, Julie?
how many did not?
Approximately the percentage of do that
Ballpark.
don't.
Julie.
Ballpark.
Between 5 and 10.
Okay, so 90 to 95% get it and 5 to 10 don't.
She said 5 to 10, just so we can have it on.
Yeah. So just clarifying.
And that was percentage?
10 persons, so
Right. Which is
70 to 80%, give or.
So I think what we're talking about, we're kind of talking in circles, I think. So with the 2.5, what we're seeing here, the 2.5% for Texas, it kind of sounds like most of us are on board for that. And whether, I mean, we'd obviously have to do something about this, the merit scale step, but for right now and for this year and for what we're going to approve or not approve for this year, even if somebody doesn't get the merit, they're still going to get the EC or the COLA based on
10%.
the Texas percentage. So, and if they don't get the merit, then, I mean, I don't know.
They're getting what most other people get.
Right. That's just, but it sounds like almost all of our employees are going to get the merit. I mean, which is great because that speaks highly of our employees that they're doing what, the job requires and beyond. And if they do, then that's a 5%, which is higher than almost every single percentage on there, if you look at it in that way. Right?
So then it's just a matter of us deciding what those numbers should be.
Right. What
I
percent?
believe right now what we're kind of gravitating to is a 2.5% for a COLA. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think that's
I would
fair.
agree with that.
And just for reference, 1% COLA in the general fund's about $56,000. I believe it's about $20,000 in the utilities fund. So if we're bringing that down by basically 1.5 points from the 4, you're looking at a reduction of roughly 78,000. I'm doing that in my head, but somewhere in there.
Okay. And Chesley, you'd mentioned that before making a decision on COLA, you'd really like to see the data. Is that something, before we can give guidance to go ahead with 2.5%, but is that something you want to come back with peer cities and see the comparison?
I
Do
think
we need to add this to a future?
I don't need it added to a future agenda. when this comes forward to us and we're asked to make this decision, I think that we need all the details and the information. And if we're talking about looking at peer cities and comparing ourselves to peer cities and DCI and all of this other stuff. I would like to see that data moving forward. I don't need it today, tomorrow, another meeting, but in the future, if we're coming back next year to these budget, and we're getting all these suggestions, have we done that? I guess that's the first question. Have we actually done that? And if we have, why hasn't council seen it?
Sure. So
And
this year,
I'm comfortable with 2.5.
With respect to the COLA, we've reached out through several mechanisms. We've tried to get from our peer groups, both in the HR world, in our world at management with the Texas City Management Association, our regional group. We talked about this at our meeting a couple weeks ago. We're trying to get that. I mean, notoriously hold us close to the vest until their budget is released. So I can only speak anecdotally. I've been seeing anywhere from 2.5 to 4. That's been kind of the range. I don't have a specified list at this point. We're trying to get that. In fact, I reached out to our regional president just today, just saying, hey, are we doing that survey? So I get it, and we'll keep doing that. I do not have a comprehensive list at this time.
Everybody's okay with moving forward with 2.5% as the,
When I suggested it, so.
so, just looking at the COLA, Scott, what I'd like to do is, and not asking for it now, we'll do it after budget season, but I'd like to add to agenda item that we do a review of how we determine COLA so that we as a council can look at the process that we currently have and what updates, what process do we want information provided to us, because I believe it could be more defined as a process so that how it's presented to council to give us a range that we work in. We may have that right now, but let's just add it to an agenda item so that we can review the process.
Can we also add, looking back at how merit is defined?
Yeah, that
and
was the
moving-
second item that I was going to
Sure.
add is, as part of the policy manual, you're looking at how merit is defined, and even Julie mentioned it. It's an all or nothing, 2.5%. If we're going to tie it to the valuation, maybe we come up with some type of process, but we can
Yeah.
determine that at a
Yeah.
a
No,
future meeting.
I completely agree. I have this discussion, I know with Councilmember Rhoda and a few others, that I'm a firm believer in having a COLA, and in future reasons we can get into the historical philosophies and government history as to why that's the case, but I definitely think there should be one. We can talk about that. I do believe, I've mentioned this earlier, that there is room for opportunities with our range, our total ranges of positions and how we apply the merit. I completely agree.
Okay. So let's backtrack a little bit. And then, so we jumped over the stipend slide at my direction, so.
Okay, well, I hope this one's easier. So you have the complete list of stipends in your packet, and here we're proposing just 2 new stipends as part of the list. One is the night differential in the police department, which the police chief mentioned during his presentation. That would be the equivalent to $100 per officer per month, or $1,200 per year when an officer works a night shift. So an officer would have to work nights to qualify for the stipend, so it may or may not apply to the same officers for the full duration of the year, depending on how those shifts are assigned, but that would be the equivalent in there. The other is a licensed court interpreter. This is a very specific licensure that's administered through the Texas Judicial Branch Certification Commission, is I believe what it's called. So it's more than just a bilingual ability test, which we already have a stipend for. This is a court-specific certification to ensure that one who has a certification is using court-specific terminology when translating to other languages, so that the translate it's made in basically a legalistic fashion. So as proposed, this would go beyond the basic bilingual certification, and once approved, which we don't have any with that certification currently, we do have interest. An employee would not be eligible for both the bilingual and the court interpreter. It'd be one or the other.
How did this come about? Just because now I'm curious.
It was during a discussion with the court administrator. Yeah. Brought that to mention. He said he was interested in it. He actually wasn't asking for any money with it, but.
What do we do now?
We don't have, we neither have a certified court interpreter nor do we provide a stipend for it.
Let me clarify. If there's a need for it, I'm assuming we pick up a phone and we call a service, right? Like with interpretation services? Or is that not what we do?
Yeah, I mean, we don't, we, in the,
It's $1,500. It's not going to break the city.
yeah,
but,
in the
okay.
proceedings that I've seen, on a couple of occasions since I've been here, there have been a couple of instances in which our court administrator translated directly to the defendant in that case. I don't know if he did it in a certified manner,
I was
but
going to say, are we
but that's what
legally
but
actually allowed to do that? I mean, I think it's interesting, and I think it's good that
I would defer to the
like
city
to be.
attorney.
I would like to be legal, so I think it's a good step forward to do.
So on occasion, you'll have a situation where someone will request court interpretation and it has to be provided by the court. On those occasions, you need to have a licensed court interpreter for it to be. Now, you're not a court of record. Other courts
just
where we
gonna
are,
say
where it's a
that.
court of record, we have to have a licensed court interpreter.
So I'm hearing we don't have to have one?
You're not currently a court of record, so I don't know that it's the same requirement. That is, just from my experience, that would be a bargain if you could have a licensed court interpreter for $1,500 annually for somebody who is qualified. I have to get one court interpreter and a court of record, it's going to cost at least that much for one
day.
One day,
So-
one trial. So.
Just because I'm curious, sorry. What happens if, and I think we need it, but if we don't have it and like Scott said, he steps in, our court administrator is stepping in and speaking on behalf. I mean, does that open us up to liability? It would seem as if it would. I was curious.
Off the top of my head, I do not. I don't know. I haven't looked at that. I didn't know this was going to be a question. But you're not a court of record, so it can be appealed
Right.
straight up to county. I mean, that's what I would do if I were on the other side of it. I
You
would just
appeal it up to county and nothing follows you right now
Trial de
because
novo.
we're not a court of record. Nothing goes with that appeal. Once you're a court of record, there is a transcription of that entire proceeding that will then follow that appeal. And in that case, you have to have an official licensed interpretation.
And so right now, we do offer bilingual pay. It's $600 a year.
For bilingual, yes.
And my guess is that there's probably some, as a licensed court interpreter, there is probably some certification course that you have to go and complete to earn this title.
There's an exam and a certification through that judicial whatever I just told you about. I had to go to the website to look at it, but.
And the individual that does this cannot get both, the bilingual pay. So basically, what we're talking about is an addition, 600. Oh, yeah, you're 900. I didn't add right. Thanks. Correct. I think it's a service that would serve us well as part of our municipal court. And so, yes. Anybody disagree with including it as part of the budget? All right. I'm supportive of the night shift differential. I know working night shift is not one of the messes with your cycle. I've worked night shifts before, it's tough. But do all of our officers work a night shift throughout the year? And so is this something that we're going to end up paying every officer just an extra $1,200 because we work night shifts?
Well, I'll defer to the chief on who works when, but this would apply only when an officer is working the night shift. And typically, we do that in
So it's an annual.
multiple month increments.
So but it reads annual rate. So does that mean do all the officers work swing shifts basically? So they swing through days to nights? They flip-flop back and forth the days to nights? On a routine schedule. So does that mean that if I'm working days this 6 months and then nights that 6 months, so every officer's gonna do a night shift, so every officer's gonna get the $1,200 a year? That's how that reads to me.
Thank you. It's a rate. So if it was every 6 months, that'd be the equivalent to $600 effectively.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So basically, if you broke it down, we get paid every.
We have this discussion internally too, so I get it.
So it's every $120 a month if they serve the entire month, or if it's a pay period, and we paid every 2 weeks, and it'd be $60 every pay period
And,
for serving on night shift.
and we go in 28-day cycles with PD, so it'd be at least that long. And typically it's, like I said, 6 months.
Yeah, I think it's okay.
As I recall, also, we're looking at census numbers at some point, right? Once we get to a certain size city, wasn't there a
Separate issue.
separate issue? Okay, I'll just let that lie. Before I get stoned.
All right, so support for both of these, no issues?
I'm absolutely in favor of the
All right, so compensation, the recommended positions for the compensation plan. I'm supportive of the corporal positions. I believe that, I believe part of it, it's providing more leadership within our police department, but ultimately it provides advancement opportunities for those good officers that we have within our police department. And right now, we have a chief, we have a lieutenant, and 4 sergeants, 5 sergeants. And so really, unless one of the sergeants decides to move on to another position, there's really no leadership areas that people can move into. And honestly, that is, I believe, it's one of the reasons a lot of the officers are leaving our force so they can go to find leadership positions in other police departments. And it's, if they're looking for leadership positions, then they're usually the quality officers, and those are the ones that are departing our police department. So for that reason, I think it provides an opportunity for us to maintain and retain those officers that have done a great job for us.
It also replaces the FTO position.
Right. Reclassification of the Public Works administrative assistant to a administrative support specialist. I don't have a problem with that. There's no pay grade change with it. I believe this is really a title change that would support Public Works better and with the job description of what they need to support the operations there. Is that pretty fair?
Yes.
Okay. The other ones that, those were kind of the low-hanging fruit for me. So the maintenance technician position, we're looking at, it's 6 individuals working the maintenance department now that we want to, we're basically given, we would like to give them a 1-grade promotion, I guess is. It is that, and I thought I heard you mention it's comparable to other cities and
It
their
is.
operations.
It's accredited to other cities as well as our current utilities technician position.
I've seen the guys that work at maintenance. They're hard workers, they're dedicated. If this is something that would help them stay within our community versus going to another city that at a higher pay grade, I would support this promotion. We're talking about 6 individuals, and I believe it was over a 1-year period. We're looking at what, $14,000 total to support all 6?
Sounds right.
I agree.
I see that we struggle to maintain the maintenance positions within our city. It seems like they're always in and out. People go, people come, and it's something that keeps our city moving and going. So if this small, I see it as small, bump in this low pay grade is going to help us to retain good candidates and grow them, I see it as definite. We need to step that forward, personally.
Agree.
I'll look at the accounting manager next. I'm not sure that I fully understand this one. And why we're recommending taking the personalities out of it. If you put the personalities in it, the people that are holding the position, I fully understand it. But if we're looking at the operations of how our city works and just the classification of what we need, I'm not sure I fully understand the need for an assistant manager and a finance director.
Okay, so, and I
Versus
don't have
what
the
we have right
comparison
now.
of the job descriptions in front of me, but two issues, in my opinion, going here. The first is that the accounting manager for a number of years, regardless of the incumbent, has been effectively doing the duties of an assistant director of finance. And that's also the equivalent position in most of our benchmark cities. So this is both, to me, a fairness issue and a competitive issue, where, again, we want to retain people within our city that are doing the equivalent work that they would be doing in our peer cities for a similar pay grade and, even more importantly, a similar title.
Right.
Are we planning on adding anybody I'd say below that, or having, it seems strange, and forgive me, I don't remember exactly all the titles within our finance department, but are we going to have the director and the assistant director and then nobody below them?
Then we have an accountant position.
Okay.
And we have an accounts payable payroll specialist. Those are the four positions in finance.
Say 'em again?
So director of finance, proposed to be assistant director of finance, accountant 1, and accounts payable payroll specialist.
So to me, just knowing that, then it seems like overkill to have a director and an assistant director with only 2 people below them, or I don't know.
The challenge I face is, I said, for me, separating out the personalities, because if you take the individuals that are serving in the positions right now, it's hard to not support it. What I'm really trying to look at is from the position of just, if you look at the structure of a city staff and how it operates, to Chesley's question, is this something that we really need for the city of Fair Oaks Ranch?
And I have a question.
I believe it is. That's why I made the recommendation.
That we have a director of finance, and I think Chesley just said this, and I'm just going to restate it in a different way. To me, it seems more natural the way we have it. You already have someone in the director position, so then you have a manager, and then you have the 2 other accountant 1 and whatever. That seems like, so to me, this sounds like a solve internally. Like, why is the accounting manager doing the work of a finance director? I'm assuming she's doing some of the duties, because usually assistant is you're stepping up, you're doing a little bit of what the director does.
Yes.
So is it a bandwidth problem on the finance director? Like,
In part, yes.
I would almost rather see keeping accounting manager and putting another lower position to spread some of the work. A less paid position. Because to me, it sounds like you're getting too many high ups, too many chiefs and not enough Indians. That's such an old school analogy.
I mean, to me, on the high side, you're looking at, on the high side, if you're going grade for grade, without respect to whether it's promotion, fill outside, any respect to that, you're looking at a 15% adjustment versus bringing on an entire new position, which would be about a 70% increase, plus or minus.
Well, and right now, I mean, our finance department is doing an exceptional job. I mean, they win awards every year. They put this packet together as what we're going through as part of budget. They've met all the requirements that we've asked as a council to look at as part of going through the budget. But ultimately, I mean, with the staff that they currently have, I mean, they're meeting the requirements, correct?
Oh, they're doing the job, absolutely.
We're not asking for
I-
another
and I-
FTE for,
And I frankly prefer to keep it that way. And
So-
I don't want the city of Bernie poaching my accountant manager, whoever it is, because they have an assistant director position open, and that's not necessarily a hypothetical.
so then ultimately, does this, by upgrading the classification of this position, it makes us more comparable with other cities
Yes.
as part of what the deputy or the second in line of a department, finance department would make?
Right, these are
classified as-
job positions that go back to at least 2010, probably prior. I'd have to look
We're
at
also
that history,
comparing
but
to much larger and different cities. I mean, Bernie does a lot more than we do. And so, you know, we're saying we don't want Bernie to poach, I mean, that's what you said, poach our person here, but we also can't live in fear and continue to throw money and things to stick at a wall just because somebody could possibly do something.
yeah,
So I would just say that comparing ourselves to cities that we're similar to but very different than, and trying to match their structure is not something that we always need to do.
Councilman, you had the request probably 3 meetings ago to get a list of comparable, our peer cities with the job titles that they have. That list is not complete yet, but we're working and we'll be able to provide that very soon to you.
I'm going to make a general comment on this altogether. Like, one of the things I hear the most complaining about out in the community, and again, the people that elect us up here, is how top-heavy from a salary standpoint, and, you know, multiple directors and multiple assistant city managers, and I hear that a lot. And for the most part, I try to ignore it, but it gets to the point where it's like, it gets a little much. So and I'm not saying we change anything. I'm not saying that. I just feel like I'm not ready to 100% weigh on this tonight, and I know this is the time, but I don't feel like I'm ready to say one way or the other. My gut is telling me these 2 positions in particular are not needed, but I'm not 100% convinced on your reasoning for
Which two?
the account manager and the assistant director. I'm not convinced yet of your reasonings to add them, but I'm not necessarily convinced of the reasonings not to add them. So that's kind of where I sit right now.
The county manager
have
we have
one.
now, just to be
I
clear.
mean, what did I say? Oh, you're moving that to assistant. That's the move. County
Yes.
manager to assistant director of finance.
Correct.
Go ahead, Keith.
Okay, thank you. Can we make these changes? Do we have to make these changes only at budget time, or can we decide throughout the year to make that change if we so move?
You can do it outside the budget
You
process,
can?
yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Just has to be funded.
It's just as we would bring in an amendment
Yeah.
to the plan, yes.
So Scott, in this, so as part of the accounting manager position, 1, there's a title, and 2, there's a pay grade change. And what you mentioned as part of the compensation plan, I mean, we can approve portions of this. Is the title by itself something that's worthy, that could be looked at now, or is it the pay grade change that's most important? And then with that, the options of how we move through the pay grade, does it have to be 27 to 30 at one time?
Yeah, so the title is one thing. Could we hypothetically change the title and leave the pay grade the same? Yes, we could. Commensurate with the pay grade change was HR's analysis of the the increase in job scope, job duties that have been in place for quite some time. That's the rationale for the pay grade change. That's something that HR does. Anytime there's either a request by a department, which was not the case here, or a recommended organizational change, which was the case here.
Right.
We give those changes to HR. They point it based on a multi-factor system, which when we talk about merit system, I'd be happy to present, but there are probably a dozen categories that they go through, and it is a point system that gets to the recommended grade.
Go ahead.
Okay, so going into kind of the pay grade, this one for county manager goes from 74 to 81 from step 1 through 5, and then up to 112 maximum. And then the assistant director goes from 85 to 94 with a max of 130. So, you know, if assuming this person is at the top range of step 5 over here, 81, it's about a $4,000 increase, give or take. But what I'm saying, what I'm going back to is, you just said it a minute ago that it's a bandwidth issue and she's got too much work to do as an accounting manager. And if you're going to promote her to assistant director of finance, she's still going to have the same amount of work, if not even more. So how are we solving the problem that you have? You're just going to pay her more, so therefore she'll be happy doing that much more work?
Bandwidth issue primarily from the finance director position.
Okay.
That's where the bandwidth issue is. So this is assuming some of those duties, which frankly it has been doing for quite some time.
Scott, I think you said earlier that you felt like this position was already performing at this level, and that's the reason for the change. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. As opposed to wanting them to perform, they're already doing it in your mind.
Yes.
Okay.
That's why I mentioned, I think it's both I can remember if it's a competitive issue, whatever, but also a fairness issue.
So if we were to look at, if we add this to the compensation plan, I'm not really committed to this yet. So I'm trying to find ways that we move forward with this so that we're prepared for it. If we add it to the compensation plan, we don't have to fund it for the year. How does that work? So the change in the positions, the county manager to a financial director, assistant finance director, they just don't happen, or is it listed on our personnel docs as?
We could, I'm
if it's
processing the
unfunded.
question. Yeah, you could hypothetically keep, like with in the HR example, you could have both job classifications on the comp plan and not fill them both, I think is what you're getting to.
So then basically we would fund the accounting manager.
But at this point, it's a Scott decision. I mean, we create the position, and then Scott goes in and decides whether he wants to fill it, I'm assuming.
If we fund it.
I would have that authority. If I got the direction that specifically said, don't do that, I probably would not do that.
Probably a good move there, yeah.
Full of choices.
What do y'all think about it? I mean, just.
I just find it too top-heavy, personally, so I'm not in favor of it.
I think everybody that I've spoken to is saying the same thing about it being too top-heavy. Too many chiefs, not enough Indians.
I tend to agree. To me, it sounds more like a want as opposed to a need. I mean, we win all the awards already. We've got a fantastic finance department. And I don't want to take away from that. You know, I want to recognize that, but I don't understand. I'm not just understanding what the need is, I guess, completely.
All right. Let's talk about the communications manager and the human resource generalist. And I kind of combine them together because I believe ultimately, if we make the move with the addition of a human resource generalist, what we're trying to do is make a move to put human resources into one department and communications into another department. And that move would then create the requirement to hire a communications manager so that you create the second department, communications. I believe in the future that's where we'll need to go. I just don't know if we're ready and prepared for that today. And
I agree.
honestly, I just, right now, we have a director of human resources and communications, and then we have a specialist who handles HR and communications, and then we have our communications specialist. And they're handling HR and communications, and I'm not sure, is there enough requirements there to support two individuals running HR full-time? Just being honest, and I don't know all the requirements they go through, and it could be more than enough, but just looking at how we've hired the individuals over time, at one time we had one individual that was doing all of our HR and communications. And so we've branched out from that. And I'm just not sure that is there enough HR requirements to support the hiring of two individuals? Are we getting to that level that we're a full-size city now and there's requirements?
I believe we are, and I've had this in a discussion with a couple of people on the HR side. So there's a workload issue and kind of a philosophical issue as well. As it's where do you budget to the trough of the workload or to the peak, right? And when this applies to any of our work groups, but particularly with our communications and HR functions in particular, because they are combined. At the trough of the workload, when we're doing nothing but daily updates, can the three combined positions handle all that? Yes, they can. As soon as you lose one person for any duration of time, whether it's an extended leave, whether it's a vacancy, any emergent situation comes along, that's when we run into problems. It's happened many times. It just so happened that I came across a link the other day from a manager personality who used to be a budget director like myself. So I followed this person, and she gave the anecdote of her husband and child went to the driving range one day and put their token into the golf ball machine to get it out. They put their basket under there, and the ball started coming out. And then they kept coming out, and they started flying all over the area by the machine. They realized they had the wrong basket, so they were picking up, scrambling to pick up all the golf balls, and eventually got the other basket and put it back in. And she equated that to, I believe it was a state child welfare system, where they would always get to their peak issues in August, and that's because children were returning to school, and school administrators would be looking out for danger signs in children. So that's when they get all the calls, all the cases, all the help. So they made the strategy was to budget to the level where they were going to experience that peak workload, and fill in the rest of the non-peak periods with the other special projects that were required throughout the year. So I just happened to see that the other day, And that's a scenario we run into with many of our functions, and this one especially, where we have those peaks and valleys come up frequently. It's very difficult to not only keep up with the peak, but then try to backfill to all those projects that we're still trying to get to in the meantime.
I absolutely understand this, okay? And I've been in the government all in my adult life, but I don't think we're attacking it from the correct perspective. We're looking when it comes to us, what I see is addition of a communications manager. What you need, you don't need the manager if using your analogy, your story. You need a new guy who's in charge of the baskets, okay? So I think that perhaps we need to kind of look at how we're thinking through the problems of peaks and valleys, as opposed to, again, are we hiring up here because we want to separate out from the two specific, and sometimes, I guess, certainly two jobs that do have overlap. But I think that, I have a hard time in my mind justifying hiring two positions at 27 and 25 when we're doing what it is that we do on a regular basis. Maybe there's another way to come at the problem, I guess is what I'm looking at. I don't think I would be in favor, and I'll just say it early because we're going to go circular around the table again for a while, of hiring these positions. I think that we really need to look at a different solution for the problem, and perhaps for me, a better definition. You need to define this better for me as to why we really want to go here, because I'm just not convinced.
I'll say I'm absolutely on the fence about this one. Communication is something that we discussed last budget, and we added an FTE specifically for communication. And Laura and I both headed that because we both thought that we were looking for something where we could get out in front of things, we could communicate with our citizens, PR, all of these things. And I don't think we're there yet, but I think we've made excellent strides in communication in what we've done. But I also see that our HR director, who is an HR director, I mean, that is her strong suit. Her strong suit is HR. She takes communications because we ask her to do it. It's difficult. It's not her wheelhouse. Again, she does it because we ask her to do it. And so I see that we need a separation between HR and communications. I absolutely agree with that. And I absolutely agree with the fact that we need to enhance and better our communication to our citizens. So I guess my issue is I don't know if that's a workload issue. I don't know if it's a restructuring issue. I don't know if it's a management issue. Can we, and I'm just throwing suggestions to see what sticks, but can we pull communications out and put it under one of our assistant city managers, which communications being its own thing, and then see where we go with communications, and do we need to then, how does that work? Do we need to then hire to have two communication specialists working together to do something? But I don't think council completely understands what the problem is and what we're trying to define, but I think we all agree that we want to enhance communications to the citizens. And I think it needs to be done using someone specifically that communications is their forte in life. So I'll say that. I'm on the fence.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, I support that idea that Chesley mentioned. I think whenever we're asking for another position, I mean, we either are trying to, there's something that we're not doing that we need to do, or there's something we're trying to go towards. And so really just to justify it, it's at this point, I don't see enough justification. I do like your idea. I think we should consider that and test it, because I'm sure throughout the year, if we see that problem is we need to go beyond that, then the council can make a decision to fund something like that at that point. But I like that idea, Chesley.
Anybody else? I agree. I don't, I don't believe at the point that we're at right now, we're ready for a communications manager. How that is developed and how it's defined over time, I believe it is somewhere in our future, how it comes out. And I agree with the separation of HR and communications, but that's up to you how you want to run the city staff. If we make the decision, or if we're looking at right now of deferring the communications manager to sometime in the future, is there still a requirement for the addition of the human resource generalist?
It's not required, no. I mean, I believe the workload's there, but similar to the other discussion, these are recommendations based on workload and job description systems, but you do not have to do that, no.
So just to clarify on that one, the human resource communication specialist to generalist. So if we did that, and again, I'm making assumptions, so I apologize. We already currently have that, the HR communication specialist. So in theory, at least how I'm understanding this, we would eliminate that and move that position to just a generalist at 25, which then would further our separation of communication and HR, bumping our person to a pay grade, leaving communications alone, or are we talking about creating a completely new position and having two?
It would, in that scenario, it would still be the HR and communications department combined.
Right. So
But-
essentially, it would still be Joanna would assist Casey. Just Jennifer would just then focus solely on HR.
Correct.
If we want to.
So
paint
I
the
guess what
complete
I'm
picture.
saying is we can still, if we wanted to as a council, eliminate the HR communication specialist, which is what I think was being recommended, have the generalist, meaning our person that was doing both will then become just an HR person, and leaving Casey and, in theory, Joanna over Casey, or if we move him somewhere. Is that correct? So we can still do this without creating a new position within communications.
Yeah, it's really up to Scott of how he wants to organize
Well,
the
that's what, I
staff.
guess that's
But
what I'm
that's what he's
asking. Are we eliminating that position to create a new one, or are you asking for two positions? How
No,
about that?
no, with the generalist, we're asking it to
reclassify.
reclassify the specialist to a generalist.
Okay, so correct, sorry, I was right, okay.
And
And I'm not opposed to that.
I'm not
just
opposed to that
be-
either.
yeah.
If I would be okay with that. You know, if that's, I feel like that might be a step forward towards where we're kind of aiming to want to be eventually in the future.
Correct. That's where that was where I was kind of going
We're
with it.
keeping the same number of bodies.
Right,
right now.
Okay.
But it also is a pay grade
right.
upgrade from 23 to 25.
Yes.
So you're asking to add the position to our grid for the person to pick that up, as opposed to adding another person?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
I'd be good with
Yeah.
that.
Jumping two steps up.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm
And
okay with
I
that.
would be in favor of that
I'm okay
personally.
with that, yeah.
Go ahead.
I have one more question. The numbers that you put that were in this email that we've kind of passed around up here, actually it wasn't there, it was in the packet, the 283,996. Did you come up with that number when you were looking, let's just take this specific position, HR communication to HR generalist. How did you come up with the increase that it would cost to make that move? Was it based off the current salary that person is making and what you would raise them to? Or was it based off of the lowest possible step one to the lowest possible step one in the grade you were trying to take them to? Does that make sense what I'm asking?
Yeah, I think so. So the 283 number is based on what is in your proposed budget right now. So that does not include these changes.
Okay, so again, how did you get,
It was the COLA primarily, wasn't it?
no, the COLA is different numbers. Let me have that back.
She's looking at this,
There's-
Did you go from the when you look at number 23, the pay group 23 versus pay group 25, right? Is that what you were looking at?
Yep.
Okay.
So you have on here total fund impact when you talk about, oh, this is for COLA.
For COLA.
Okay,
That's,
shoot.
yeah,
Yeah.
You know what I'm asking. That doesn't
No.
make any
Respectfully, I'm
sense.
not sure if I do.
She wants to know.
Now I've got myself confused.
I think what she was asking was when you go from HR communications specialist to HR generalist,
Yes,
the
and now I
pay
can't find
grade
it.
increase.
I know I saw the number somewhere in here. I feel
Approximately
like-
$7,000 difference.
It's only a it's a $7,000 difference.
Yeah,
So-
I don't know what step the current, the specialist.
Right, and I think that was the question is what step we were dealing with.
I'm not sure, but
okay.
it would be okay, either step 1 or 5%, depending on.
One
Yeah,
year
so
speaking
Scott, for
seven.
right now, what I'm looking at is, there wasn't much support for adding the communications manager at this time. If I speak out of turn from any other council members, just
No.
let me know.
I think we agree.
I believe everybody's in agreement with going ahead with the move with the HR resource generalist.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, but as a transfer, right?
Right, not creating a new
Right,
position.
right. It's the elimination of one position, and
Because on the slide, it's an addition, it's an additional position.
Yeah, I get it. It's an addition to the comp plan, not to the position count.
Right.
And then it looked like we were leaning with the reclassification of the accounting manager position with not much support to it right now. I was of the mind to bring it back, but if there's enough right now that say, hey, it's not what we want to support for this year, then okay,
Say we hold.
all right.
Got it?
So from what we had on here, the adjustments that I've recorded, the addition of the corporate positions, the addition of the human resource generalist, reallocation of the maintenance technician positions, and reclassification of the public works administrative assistant position. We're all saying to move forward with those.
Yes.
Okay? And then with that also, I think we agreed with both with the licensed court interpreter and the night shift differential. And as part of the COLA, we looked at an agreement with 2.5% for the COLA for next year. All right?
Understood?
Yes.
I'm still looking for that number. I'll find it. Okay. I know I saw it in here somewhere.
I'll be here all night.
So anything else on the compensation workshop? Everybody ready to move forward to the budget workshop?
Yes.
All right?
Summer will kick that off and with where we are now, and then we'll talk about the funded and unfunded items after that.
Is everybody okay? Anybody need to take a break or?
I need a minute.
Tell you what, could we, proper terminology, can we take a
Recess.
recess for,
5 minutes?
It's 8:59.
yeah, it's 10 minutes, so time now is 8:59. We're going into recess. We'll be back at 9:10.
Yes.
Christine, I have the time now is 9:10. We have all the council members back in position.
You hear him?
We have everybody back at the diocese, and we're back in open session.
Yes, sir.
Can we continue? And the next item on the agenda for tonight, we introduced it earlier, was the budget workshop, and I believe Summer's going to kick that off for us.
I am Summer Fleming, the Interim Director of Finance. I'll briefly go over the General Fund and Utility Fund proposed budget summaries before we discuss the funded and unfunded items. So starting with the General Fund, changes from the last budget workshop include we increased the health insurance expense by a little more than $11,000 for a change in rates. We have already added the cost of the pay grade increase for the maintenance tech position. The city phone system and remote desktop server upgrades, those were listed as unfunded SAP projects in the last workshop, but since they're smaller costs and operational in nature, we've added them to the IT operational budget. We added transfer funds for 2 drainage projects from the approved CIP. We have already added the addition of the public safety corporal rank, and we added funds for potential costs that would be impacted by having a population over 10,000. This item will be coming to council soon via resolution.
All of these items are already included
In this
as part
proposed
of the
budget, yes.
Okay.
So with these changes, the general fund proposed budget now has a deficit of over $309,000 that would come from reserves. And looking at the projected fund balances, the only change you'll see from the last workshop is in the unallocated surplus line. The first change is in the projected FY 22-23 ending balance, which has increased with our updated projections through the 3rd quarter of the fiscal year, and I'll go into those later during the quarterly update. And then the use of unallocated surplus has increased with the items that have been added to this proposed budget. So there still remains almost $744,000 projected unallocated surplus that will tie into our next discussion on the unfunded items. For the utility fund, the only change since the last workshop was the addition of the health insurance rate increase, and that was nominal. So the proposed budget still has $1.19 million operating income, and you can see the breakout between water and wastewater. You'll notice there's a decrease in the operating reserve to fund this proposed budget. And then we just have a breakout of the water and wastewater capital reserve funds to show what is already allocated to projects in process, and then what would be available to fund future capital projects. So if there's no questions, then we will put on the interactive worksheet and go through the funded and unfunded items.
Go ahead and kick that off, and I'm going to get to page in the packet, which I believe is page 113, and that will be reflective of what's on the board as well. So page 113 is just the static version of what you see on the screen. So that's the page. Okay. So starting from the top portion, this is for the general fund, lists the total revenues along with the total expenditures for the operating budget. So in that top, we have, and I'm sorry, that
I just hid those lines.
yeah, you did, yes. Forget the screen for a second. This is in your packet, the top portion where it says, revenues, expenditures. That's the operating budget, and those departmental budgets are less the funded items that are listed below, because that's where we want to have the discussion. So that is all the routine operating items that go from year to year. So your mayor and council budget, administration, city secretary, HR, communication, et cetera. That's all the operating budgets that we discussed over the last several workshops. So those are again the continuing items. So most of the discussion tonight will revolve around the the funded and unfunded items and how we want to do with that. So before we get into that, though, I want to stop and ask if there are questions, comments on the departmental operating budgets themselves that have been presented over the course of the last several meetings.
Just a quick question. Did we update this to show the impact of 2.5 versus 4% COLA?
This reflects the 4%.
Okay,
because
so
that was
we,
prepared before tonight.
correct, but we have an interactive version. So my point is, are we interacting and updating that currently to reflect that for us?
Short answer, no. We could tell you based on what we discussed earlier, we know it'd be roughly, I said 70, I think it'd be like 82,000. We could do that math, but we did not have that capability, but we could put in a plug for that.
Just so I'm clear, on these items that are funded, they're already baked into the budget currently, correct? That's how you.
The funded items are in the
Okay.
budget, and that's my recommendation.
Okay,
Yes.
all right, got you. Baked into the proposed budget so far?
Yes, sir.
Because we've talked about a lot of these.
We have.
Yes,
We
okay.
have. So on the funded items themselves, which are in the next section and on your screen, again, most of these funded items have been presented to you along the way, and they include those items that were funded previously, along with what my recommendations were for inclusion into the budget. So those recommendations include the night shift differential, the corporal position, the desktop server, remote desktop server for our ERP system, and the phone server upgrade, and then those capital projects that we talked about cash funding in our CIP discussion in the last meeting. So that's the detail corn design, the detail corn sidewalk near Van Rob, and 2 drainage projects, which are the Chartwell and Delta Dawn. So those items are currently in the budget as funded. The remaining items are as not funded. At the bottom, of course, it's all up for discussion, and that's right here. And as we go through, if we want to move one from the bottom to the top or vice versa, the columns on the right on the spreadsheet on the screen will show what our estimated, and I'm going to say again, estimated tax rates will be based on preliminary figures that are not final at this time. But the request was to see what that tax rate would look like, and that's what that would do. Of those that are not yet funded, my recommendations, if any, would be the IT master plan, which is a one-time expense, the Moncito software for ADA compliance, and the physical mail-outs. I think we could find within other savings, but I wouldn't mind that one. 2 items, the Civic Center and the Gateway feature, are listed as unfunded. They're certainly important, but we should have alternative funding for those items, either through short-term debt or through other MDD funding later on, which would negate the need to put those in the operating budget at this time. So it's not that they're not important, that we won't do them, but for those reasons, we would take them up as a budget item later in the year, not part of the operating budget. Questions so far, and then I'll talk about the tax rate calc quickly, but questions on the funded and unfunded as they stand.
Is the IT master plan, is that something that we're contracting for somebody to come in and draw up for us, or?
That's the proposal, yes.
Okay, all right.
So we're going to move on to, I'd like to have a little discussion on the funded items and then the unfunded items. Do we need to talk about the tax rate first before we do that?
That's up to you. I can, or if you want to discuss the items first, I'll leave that up to you.
What works best for you?
I'll try to explain quickly how that works, and then we can get into the discussion. So, again, we have the remaining funded and unfunded items currently on the board. We have the tax rate calculations on the right, so that we can see as we move items around, the M&O rate will go up and down. They are estimated rates. as it stands now, as you can see, sort of, we may have to zoom in, but the current M&O rate will almost certainly go down from the current year unless we add several items to the funded list, just based on valuation growth. We have the benchmarks for where we estimate the voter approval and the no new revenue rates will be. We won't have that finalized until we have the final tax worksheets from the county, which we did not get in time for publication, but we believe these are very, very close estimates to where we're going to end up. And like I said, those rates will change as we move things around, and that's the premise.
That one? No.
So can you just walk me through those 3 different rates exactly? So we got the voter approved rate. We can barely see it from here, but we're all blind.
Can you zoom in, Julie?
Yeah.
Can you zoom in on the worksheet?
Yeah, that'd be helpful.
Bottom right.
Yeah.
How's that?
We can see that. Maybe a little more, maybe just a,
Drag it, don't click.
yeah, there you go, there you go.
There we go. I can see that.
Okay, thank
See
you.
it?
Yep.
So as it stands now with all the operating budget and the funded items that are on this list, our estimated tax rate would be 28.88, the 2888 up there at the top. We estimate that the no new revenue rate would be 2.2818 or 28.18 cents based on the preliminary figures we have now. For reference point, the difference between 2818 and 2888 is about $160,000. About half that. So, and then we do have the voter approval rate, which is estimated on the rate. This includes, of course, the calculated 3.5%. This 0.3336 also includes, this is the maximum that we would have. So this includes prior year unused voter approval room as well, because since we have adopted for the past several years at or close to the no new revenue rate, that statutorily gives us more room in our voter approval rate. I'm not suggesting we go that high. That's just for reference, saying that that's as high as we could go without being subject to a referendum. Questions so far?
I'd like to take a look at the funded items and just kind of go through them. All of these we did were presented to us as part of the department's presentations as additional items that they wanted to look at. Trying to think of a good way to go through this. So why don't we just start at the top of the list and just look at the maintenance items that were provided. Man lift, four-post truck lift, street sweeper, safety camera, garage door openers, and reallocation of maintenance technician. And we've already really talked about the maintenance technician and that we support it. I have no issues with what they're looking for is the additional funded items as part of the maintenance department. Is there anybody that's got any concerns with those? Or
Where are you, Greg? We're
Page
lost.
113.
we're on the funded list, starting right here. And it's all the maintenance items.
I agree, I have no issue with that.
Right. All right. And public safety?
Same.
Same.
Okay. And finance, looking for the ClearGov strategic planning software,
Fine with that.
Fine.
a small amount, 2,600 under the general fund. The annual workstation replacement,
PC replacement. Yes.
And is this something, I don't know that we did it before, but same way we do the equipment and
Not quite. We have an allocation every year. It's generally been between $15,000 and $20,000 depending on the schedule. But we don't have a separate fund for it like we do with the equipment replacement fund, but it's a scheduled item we put into the operating budget every year to replace those at end of cycle. Easy for me
Well,
to
since say. For this, I mean, the equipment for computer stations, I mean, it's going to remain fairly constant, so we can pay as you go. I think the big piece with the equipment replacement fund is we'll have years where it'll spike, and so we pay into that with a set amount that provides, so we have smooth costs there. Okay.
Exactly right.
Phone server upgrade and the remote desktop server, I think we talked about both of those.
That
Yeah, what is the phone server upgrade?
That is, we discussed briefly last time, both the phone server and the remote desktop server. Those are running on server 2012, which is going out of life in October. So those need to be upgraded to support those systems.
Almost requirements that we need as part of the upgrade of our system.
Certainly a security issue, yes.
Right.
Are we to the SAP questions yet?
Yes, but what I was really looking at is with the IT, if you really look at it, that completes, except for a detail core, and we're paying for that. The detail core reconstruction, it is an SAP CIP project, but we're paying that out of budget, cash.
Yeah, this is the second half of the design.
Okay.
Of course, when the first half you approved at the last council meeting.
And so as you look at, as part of our budget and our M&O rate, that includes the detail core and reconstruction project at $164,572, although it is an SAP project. And then also out of our budget, we're looking at a transfer to the operational reserves of $182,000, which my belief is that's the amount that we'll need to get us up to a 6-month reserve based on the increased revenues that we'll have. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Chesley, you had a question. Was it on the detail core? Okay. Any concern with those? So if we're looking at detail core and reconstruction and transfer to the operating reserve of 6 months, which ensures that we maintain that 6 months reserve. Any concerns with those? Okay. Now we're to the SAP projects that look like they were allocated out of the SAP fund.
These are all, so the entire SAP fund is funded from general fund transfers, as it has been traditionally, because right now we're all cash funded. We talked about the potential debt with CIP last time. The difference between the two columns is whether we're using the remaining budget allocation or whether we're using part of our unallocated fund balance or reserves. So those last four in the second column from the right is what we'd be spending down the reserves on. As you see the last, well, really four, I guess, the two DEETS projects and the two drainage projects.
I guess I have a question on the detail core and sidewalk project. I've heard it mentioned. I don't know that we've ever fully considered it, or maybe I missed it and it's part of. But I've heard I believe this has to do something with Elkhorn Ridge and the tie-in to the Vantage Apartments.
That's exactly correct, Mayor. There's a sidewalk gap of about 1,300 feet between Van Robb Elementary School, crosses over Elkhorn Ridge and all the way to Vantage. we've already completed design. That was funded this year, so this is for the construction portion.
Okay.
We actually had a meeting about this, and I only remember it because I raised some of the points I'll say again, is it seems to me like this, I want to keep our children safe that are walking, but there is a different way for them to walk between the Elkhorn Ridge neighborhood. And so it seems like we're solving a developer's issue with them not building the sidewalk, and the citizens are out the money for that, versus holding developers accountable to make sidewalks and things safe throughout the city. So I'll make the same comment that I made before, but I believe since we've done the engineering, it should be funded. It's just extremely frustrating, I would say.
I agree. It's frustrating, but I also agree that we need to finish it. Yeah.
Does this sidewalk connect, because there's a second entrance to Elkhorn Ridge up from the school before you get to the Vantage Apartments. Is that sidewalk going to connect? Or do you know, am I asking?
Right at that four-way stop.
Right.
The sidewalk will start there, and they'll travel west on Dietz all the way into tie into the Vantage.
Yeah, but in there is another entrance into Elkhorn Ridge along that way.
But they also have the back entrance between neighborhoods.
It is, I mean, it is primarily a safety issue. It's not, you know, for better or worse, it's not something we can force upon the project, so that's the issue.
Since I wasn't here when all that was discussed, why do we have people walking on the street or walking in the grass? Do we? Is that
Correct.
happening? Because I never see anybody walking.
It's kids' safety
school
for
year.
school.
It's for
In school year?
It connects
Okay.
to the school crosswalk.
Okay, all right.
It's for the safety of the children.
And I don't know if it helps, but we are working with that specific developer to make a donation to the project. The exact amount is still in negotiation.
Is this amount an estimate, or it just seems like a whole, I mean, I know it's a lot of sidewalk, but it seemed 367,000 seems like a lot for a sidewalk. Curious. It doesn't have to be exact, it was a
No,
curiosity
I don't
question.
expect it to be that. I do expect it to be defrayed with the donation from the developer. Just that amount from the developer is not solidified yet. Hopefully soon. I am waiting on them right now.
What pressure can we put on the developer? I mean, what has been, if this has been in the works for a while, what are they dragging their feet for? Do we know?
No, I do expect an answer soon.
Okay.
They don't, this is not, they don't have to do it.
Correct.
So this is, I mean, we can pressure them and they could say, okay, see ya.
So this is an ask
This
of
is
the
an ask.
developer.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Was this project generated by us to make the connection between the Vantage Apartments?
Yes,
Or did
it's in our
somebody else?
roadway CIP, correct.
So Grant, if the developer kicks in some funds, it would lower this
It would lower that number.
Okay.
And with that, I think if the developer does provide funds, it's considered a donation to the city.
Yes, sir.
And so actually, it'll come back to, we'll all hear about it as part of the donation process.
It would come back to council for acceptance, yes,
Can
sir.
we give them a plaque for it?
We can let them write their name in the sidewalk.
All right. Me just looking at it, I feel like we're forced into this project, and especially if we've already done the engineering on it. And it is a safety-related issue that going forward, so I
think we all agree that we should say yes.
continue on, all right? And then we have drainage projects for Chartwell Lane and Delta Dawn. And I know we've talked about all the projects. Were these the next one in the priority list?
Correct. These are two both must-fund or must-do projects. Over on Delta Dawn, we have a large gully that's getting larger and larger every year. This is one that's critical to the utility because that gully is close to the Deer Meadows lift station. So I think Julio sent his folks out there to look at it during the last rain, and it's about 14 feet from our lift station, and you could drive probably a truck through it. So we want to address it now before it gets wider and bigger and closer to the lift station. And in regards to the Chartwell Lane drainage project, that's one of the few areas in the city where on the plat it states that the maintenance of that drainage easement is the responsibility of both the property owner and the city. The city has gone out there in the past to try and stabilize the erosion, but it's always failed. A big rain comes through and just washes what we've done away. So we need to do something a little bit better, a little bit more engineered.
Are they going to
make
cost
those
share on that
improvements.
since it's both our responsibility?
Definitely something we can ask.
I think we should.
Okay. But for right now, we just keep it on the list and drive forward with the intention that we'd pay for the whole thing.
Seems like if the plat says it's by both of us, they should cost share it.
Can we send them an invoice, Dan? I mean, is that one of those situations where, I mean, I don't know what the easement says specifically, but if it says that it's equally their responsibility as it is our responsibility, how does that?
So we probably ought to communicate with them ahead of time when we have our estimate. So it would be a good time to make that ask.
Right.
And justify it because the easement requires contribution. So.
Right. I'm making that suggestion.
I agree, 100%.
I guess what I was asking, I mean, we can go through all that process, but I think as part of the budget, we have to first start with that we'd fund the entire thing with the intent that we'll go through and ask, or are we saying if we go through and ask and they elect not to support us, are we not going to fund this project? Did I explain that?
Right, no,
I'm treating it like the hope we get money from the developer for the sidewalk.
Okay. So given that, we'll drive on with the intent of funding the entire amount, $64,000, with the hope that they'll cost share and we can reduce that amount. All right. Hope being a bad word. Okay.
they're watching this meeting right now, and they're
Yeah,
like,
so
nah, answer's no.
They'll be prepared. So right now, based on, how do we work this, Julie? So,
I'll, go ahead.
If you're wanting to get rid of something, I'll zero it out. And then that changes all the numbers at the bottom, so. For the not funded, for the not funded portion you're talking about?
right, so as we move to the not funded, we've used everything within the budget, and we have an unallocated surplus of $743,948. And in the unallocated SAP account, we have $157,612. What Scott recommended was funding the 2 physical mailouts to residents. They are expensive. I don't know that we have anything specific that we've identified for the mailouts, but it does provide us an opportunity that if there comes something of information-wise that we'd like to get out to residents, that we do have this funded that we could utilize.
I feel like 7K is easily eaten somewhere in the budget. Do we really need to throw it in?
I have no problem with this.
Me either. It's small, so I think do it.
Okay.
So yes to the?
Yes.
Yep.
And then does it matter which fund you pull it out of?
Pick out the one that's got money.
That's a good start. Scott also recommended the Montecito software for ADA compliance.
Yep.
Casey, do you want to take a stab at it, or do you want me to? He's like, I don't want to talk. They work with Civic Plus. They're partnered with Civic Plus, which is our current platform. And so what it does is it helps obviously make us ADA compliant in areas that were not like PDFs, and it also does additional things like link breaks, like things that aren't active on the website, any kind of issues. We are not compliant right now with ADA. So if you have a vision impairment, a hearing impairment, our website is not.
I'm not being glib. What happened?
Well, I mean, Dan
get
could probably
sued.
better answer that question than, I mean, I could, but
Yeah,
I'll let.
so it is a legal requirement. This question was asked, I think, by Councilwoman Kerner or someone, and I sent the requirements out and to both Scott and Laura, I believe, because whoever asked the question and said it could be distributed to the council, but
Yeah, and
it
they're-
is a requirement.
There are groups.
And the problem is if you aren't in compliance, I mean, we receive grant funding, and so it jeopardizes any grant funding, but also just as a local government, we are required to be compliant.
And there are groups that specifically go out and look for websites and do group lawsuits against people that are not ADA compliant. We got hit with one at my company while we were doing the ADA compliance work. So, yeah, it's pretty important.
And if I remember right, doesn't this company, they will kind of keep an eye on it to make sure?
Yes, we can get
right.
reports. We can decide how we want to get those reports, like if it's daily, weekly, biweekly. Yes.
And the team there, and I think I asked this last time, but I can't remember what you told me. The team there will look, whenever we're changing content, they're constantly looking to make sure
Yes.
we're staying, okay.
Yes. Okay. Goodbye.
It's a bargain for $5,000.
With that, Scott's other recommendation was to include the IT master plan design, $50,000 is part of the funded items for the budget. I understand that we're going to bring somebody in to do this for us. What does it provide us long-term?
That's what I was getting ready to ask.
It provides us for direction on systems we need to upgrade, systems we can get rid of, redundancies, planning for future software and equipment capital replacement. It's a complete inventory with recommendations for the future. Everything up till now, and we talked about the time when we were talking about IT with no with no disrespect to the staff, because they inherited a system from our third-party provider many years ago. It's been a patchwork process the entire time, updating software or servers have been out of date, piecemealing different platforms together. The intent is to provide us a long-term solution akin to a capital improvements plan, but for IT, to specify both the systems and equipment that are needed, as well as how to fund them over time, so we're not caught off guard on some of the issues we have been in the past.
So, I mean, just so I'm clarifying, out of this is going to come a work product where they're going to also tell us what else we need to add to our budget to stay, which is fine. I'm just
Actually,
saying,
yes.
it's not going to be 50,000. Do they help with, they just give us the report, they don't go and help but recommend, do they recommend certain products or certain?
Typically, they don't recommend like brand-specific items, if that's what you're asking.
That kind of
In some cases, they will if it corresponds with something we already have.
Right.
They might for compatibility issues.
We got a pretty bright IT staff. This is not something they can do internally. I mean, they're living and breathing this every day. I know they're busy doing things too, right? And
Do we have the capability? Yes, I think we do.
Okay.
Do we, and back to some of the other questions, do we have the bandwidth?
Right.
Not really.
Okay.
They're, I mean, just in the, anecdotally, just in the last, when did we approve the M365 project? I want to say March.
Right.
That, and now we're working on the census upgrade. Those two things alone, that's ongoing. Those two things alone, along with the daily operation troubleshooting, have taken, or will take, 6 to 8 months of their time by
The only
itself.
the
so.
only thing I'm going to caution you on this, just because I have experience with it at work, is watch what you ask for, because they're going to give you the stars and the moon.
Sure.
And so I would recommend them maybe having almost kind of like we do capital improvements, must have, nice to have, all that kind of, separate them out like that, because they will try to sell you the Cadillac when maybe only need the Volkswagen, so to speak.
Let's let the dust settle. We just went through some major upgrades to our system, right? Not too long ago. Before we bring somebody in at a cost of $50,000, let's see what we've done and give us a chance to kind of see how this is working before they come in and tell us that we did it completely wrong.
Well, and I wish the IT guy was here tonight, because I have a question. Like the IT master plan, I understand what it's for, but the IT I can never say that word, vulnerability, I have to say it slow, testing and assessment. So that really shouldn't, in my opinion, be done until we've done the IT master plan, because it's probably going to reveal some of the same things that this vulnerability and testing could reveal, just in his assessment of our current systems and mapping out a plan for the future. I think both are important. The bottom one's important for security, because we don't want, customer credit cards in our utility getting hacked and them not being encrypted and yada, 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 which I'm assuming that's what that one's going to be for, the vulnerability test. One of the things that will be.
The IT guy is here tonight. He'll be here shortly. He's not in the room, but he is. he is in the building.
Okay.
But I think I agree with your premise, though, and that's why I
There he is.
prioritized this one.
Oh, the man of the moment.
IT guy.
Did you probably couldn't hear my question if you were walking down here.
I did not.
Okay.
Brian Lejeune, IT manager.
So my question on the IT master plan, does it make sense that we do that? There we go. This was bothering my ear, I'm sorry, Christina. Does it make sense we do that one first before we do the IT vulnerability testing and assessment? Like that kind of like is the cart before the horse, so to speak?
So the last time that we completed the vulnerability assessment was a little bit over 3 years ago.
Okay.
To answer your question, I would say that it would be recommended to still continue with the vulnerability assessment.
Oh, no, I'm not saying that we don't.
Okay.
I'm just saying I feel like one should come before the other. I'm asking your opinion on that, because I feel like the master plan design, the guy could come through and find some stuff that we could correct before we get to the assessment.
Correct. Yeah, the vulnerability assessment will bring up some things that we would need to put funds towards.
Yep, for sure.
And that's what we've done in the past with the last one that we did. So you're correct. I would recommend running through that first before going through with the IT master plan.
So
Because there will be things that will be corrected before the IT master plan will.
Oh,
even
so
have
you're
time
saying
to
the
even
other
bring that
way
out.
around from what I'm thinking. Okay. I'm just curious if you get them both done in 1 year.
In 1 year?
Mm-hmm.
That could be done.
Okay.
Because from the vulnerability assessment, there will be things that, they will recommend for being corrected. Some will not take any money at all. Some will take some money. So just to give you an idea.
Brian, I know
Yes.
you and I briefly talked about this, I don't know, a few weeks ago, but in that assessment, they come in and assess our processes, the systems, they also, do they actually, try to hammer our systems to see if they can, break them?
Penetration tests.
Do true pen testing, penetration testing, or is that a separate type service that they do?
Correct. That is a separate type service.
Okay. So this is more of assessing our IT environment and its security and its capabilities.
Right, and on top of that, what we'd be doing this go-round that's different from last one is that they would also be looking at our online services,
Okay.
our cloud services that we currently have. They did do a little bit of that, but we did not have the cloud integration that we have today, last time they did this.
Just went to cloud services not too long ago, right?
Yeah, majority of them, yes.
Would it be the same company from last time that does?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
They have merged with the larger organization since then, so their name has changed.
Okay.
And when we were talking about, are you talking about the IT master plan or the vulnerability statement?
The vulnerability assessment.
And how often do we do these vulnerability assessments? You said it was 3 years last time we did the last one?
Yeah, it was about 3 years and change, so probably around the time, if this does get funded, then it'll probably be about 4 years in time.
Does that be your normal cycle, or would you see that to be our cadence going forward?
We'd probably be trying to shoot for more of the 3-year mark. And then at some point, we would be looking at doing a penetration test to validate what we believe is true.
You know, what I heard you say earlier, you would want to do the master IT plan first.
Correct.
And then do the vulnerability statement.
Well, no.
Vulnerability
Said the other
assessment.
way around.
Other way around. The vulnerability assessment first, since that may bring up some things that might already be addressed or to be brought up in the IT master plan.
Okay.
So it would already be known, and we could plan for that.
Do we have to do them both in the same year? Or could we put it off the master plan until next year? If we do the vulnerability assessment under this budget?
It could be, if that's the direction that we choose to go in.
My comment before you came in was, we just made a lot of changes very recently. And I wonder if we shouldn't let the dust settle a little bit before we move on with the master plan to see how everything's working.
Right, and that would provide us additional time and bandwidth to fully integrate all the rest of the services that Microsoft's providing us that
Right.
we just purchased.
And address the issues from the vulnerability
Right.
testing and assessment.
But to Scott's point, the IT master plan will provide us, some capital sources and outline the plan for replacing those systems. So it'll help with budgeting as well.
One last question for me on this, on the master plan design. What's the duration? Is that like a 3 to 5 year plan, a 2 to 3 year master plan, or what is the time horizon for that one typically?
I haven't directly been involved in those types of plans. I think, Scott, have you?
Yeah, we would
worked on
scope
those?
that, but I would envision 5.
5.
I'd love to go longer, but in the IT world, that would be how I would scope an RFP.
Can we see what this would do to the tax rates?
So based on, we're putting the priority on the vulnerabilities assessment first. Add that in, see what it does.
I'd like to see what it does before.
Okay, the vulnerability?
If we add that.
All right, so we've skipped down to the last item.
We're taking it out of the unallocated, so we're basically just eating into the reserves versus making our tax rate fluctuate.
Yeah, these are all, except for the Montecito one-time items. So you're essentially just, yeah, spending down that unallocated fund balance.
And that was due to previous years, correct? The unallocated fund, ARPA?
Yes.
Yeah, so we're eating into like the additional ARPA funds and all the other stuff that we had saved from last year and the prior years.
We could still, I mean, we could still do a no new revenue rate, even if we add that?
It's close to it. It's not exactly. So if you're looking at that bottom, look at the remaining allocations. So we originally, I don't remember what we started the year with, 1 point something million. And so what we're doing is now we would have 619,948 left in the unallocated fund balance. So
Right.
we're reducing it by that amount.
So until we use up the 619 remaining, then the tax rate would be static, right?
Correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
All
And
right.
I mean, we
I
could.
always recommend we use, and to the extent we use the unallocated, I usually don't recommend expending it all for, for contingency. I also recommend we use it for one-time items, because you don't want to have a structural deficit going
Right.
forward.
I think on the IT vulnerability testing, though, that's a one-time, well, a new item for us, but I think we'll need to provide for that if we're going to do it every 2 to 3 years. We'll need to put some kind of item in there going forward after this year to reserve for that, I think.
Yeah, I think about how to do it, but I'd probably put that at least as a placeholder in our replacement schedule.
Yep.
And whether we make an SAP item ongoing, we could make that decision, but at least so it's in the queue, as it were, like you're saying.
For me, I like the 3 items that we've recommended up here. What I would like to see is the impact of the COLA being applied to the budget and how that comes out and impacts the tax rate and what the dollar amount is that we have established before we go forward with any of the other not funded items.
I agree.
Julie, is it? And this is a live show, folks. Is it possible to add an item to the funded with a negative $82,000? Let's see what that looks like. I'm ballparking the COLA.
That or just remove it out.
Wait a minute, sorry. Yeah.
And honestly, for me, I was just saying, that I think we've gotten to a point for me that what we've done with the budget, and especially with the compensation plan and those areas that we've added to it, agreeing with the funded items that we'll go forward with those, and then identifying several of the unfunded items. To me, I think we've reached a point that it provides enough information to go back, make those updates to the budget that we have right now, and then we can bring that back to the next meeting, take a look at it. But I think it's to a point now that we could look at several of the other unfunded items if we wanted to continue forward, or where are we at the tax rate, and right.
I can see, I think it's 2852. Am I saying that right?
Yeah, so I guess my point, I really wasn't asking to see the impact on the tax rate. I think what I'm asking is, I think I've got all the information I need for right now for going forward with the budget. And if we could just make the updates and get an updated budget out to us with the information. Really all we have is several other unfunded items to look at. Once we have all the other complete information, we can look at these and if we want to move forward with them.
Just a comment on that. The ones that we've already kind of made a decision that are in the unfunded, we would just remove those out of there, right?
Yeah, they will not be included in the proposed budget.
Right, like the communications manager, we would take this out of this bucket to look at because we've already made a decision on that, right? So we'd pull that. So going through those lists, when we come back with a new unfunded list, it would be the truly ones we need to make a decision on, right? On our next round.
Yes, the primary complication there, if you want to consider adding more unfunded items, you'll have to consider that as part of your resolution or next time around to determine what you want to be your maximum tax rate. We have to make that decision at the next meeting. So when we set that in place, you can go down from the maximum tax rate, you cannot go up. So the question there is, what level of flexibility do you want? Traditionally, we would propose the budget like this, or after we make all the numerical changes with the revenues and expenditures as proposed, we would propose a maximum tax rate, at or near the voter approval rate, knowing that the final allocation is not going to remain there, but so that you have that flexibility if you want to add more items through the remainder of the budget process. I just want to set that expectation.
Yeah, and I was just thinking that the communications manager, we've already said that would come out, right? We already made that decision earlier tonight. so that
Understood.
would-
But
That's
there
the
are-
one that was the only one I was really referring to.
But
that
there are potentially, I'm eyeballing this, but probably maybe $2.5–3 million of items on there that, not that we're necessarily going to do them all, of course, but
Right.
But if we're looking at some of them, we'll propose a maximum rate at something above 2852, just to ensure that if you want that flexibility, you have it.
Is there a reason that we can't just truck through the rest of these? I mean, there's not that many, and I think most of them will go pretty quickly. Or is there a reason we don't want to?
No reason not to. Let's do it.
Let's roll.
Yeah, we just spent as much time trying to explain about it as we could have just
I
gone
retract
through
my
them.
question.
Sorry. Go down.
Start with the new FTE for communications manager. I think we've discussed that, made a decision on it.
Nope.
Not fund it for next
None.
year. New FTE for project manager. I don't know that we ever did a thorough discussion on this one.
We didn't. I had a quick question on those. Why, did I miss those in that little
Yes.
chart of,
Yeah.
they were in there?
It was not in the proposed compensation plan.
So these are on here because it's ideas that were thrown out during council meetings?
Correct.
And the ones on the other grid are what you feel that your staff needs?
Yes.
That's, okay, all right, cool. Given where we're at,
This was not a recommended project going forward for this year, or the city planner.
I would say I'm a no for both of those.
same.
Yep.
Additional funds for planning services, and so with the planner that we currently use right now, do we need additional funds?
Not
within
for
that?
what we have now. This was recommended primarily during the discussion if we wanted to proceed with a significant process regarding that's like we talk with master plans, updating the comprehensive plans at a full level scope. As we talked about earlier in the year,
Right.
we would probably need some services for that. So that's why it's listed as optional. That's why it's unfunded. I don't know that we need a full revision of the comp plan, but if we want to proceed down, that's what we need this for. So I'm not recommending it, but that is why it was on the list.
I know.
No. No.
Well,
Not right now, in other words. I don't think
well, you piqued my interest a little bit because we did talk about certain things that we do need to update and consider.
Mhm.
If part of that is that, do what?
Quick, it's back in there.
Just waiting until I get a final answer.
I don't know that we need the total amount, but some of the, we did talk about taking a look at our comprehensive plan, updating some of the chapters that we talked about, future land use map and some of the things that we wanted to touch on. If we're removing this from the budget, does that mean that we don't have the capability to go forward with those items for next year?
Yeah, it depends on the scope, and truthfully, Mayor, I don't know what that looks like at this point, but obviously, if we were going into any of those plans to the degree that we wanted significant revisions, and we needed
So is your thought
the staff
here-
support then we would need those funds.
So Scott, is the thought here that if we had this, if we funded this, it would be for like a total rework where we would hire a third party to come in and help us go through it chapter by chapter, as opposed to us going through it chapter by chapter on our own and recommending changes? Is that the difference in the level of?
I mean, I think that's close, yeah, and Grant, if you want to elaborate on that, you can, but that was the intent.
I think if we don't have something clearly identified that we need this for, then we don't need it in the budget.
I'm with you on that.
And I agree with that, but I also agree that we had talked about going through the future land use map, the transportation maps, and all of those things, but I was understanding when we were recommending things that we were going to go through it as a council, not necessarily hiring out a planner to do a major overhaul of it. The other part of that is if we decide to do that, I would recommend that we look into different planners and see just what we can and can't do and send it out to bid versus just throwing money at it.
If we have a defined project, then we allocate money for it.
I would proffer that if we get to that point, assuming we don't spend it all down, we still will have unallocated fund balance. and
Then we can do a
we
budget
can make that
adjustment.
decision at that time.
All right,
Yes.
so we'll remove it. Additional funds for project management services.
Same, no. If there's, again, if there's not an idea, it feels like let's just put some funds in the budget. We don't really know what exactly they're for, but
These were
maybe
based
we'll use
on
them.
very high level, some of our CIP projects. My primary challenge here is we need an approved CIP with an approved funding plan. Talk about that 5-year funding plan, including potential debt service to which this project management would apply. So that's where I see it as probably a later discussion.
Okay. No need to include it as part of the budget for right now.
And that can be included in project budgets as well, if and when we get
Yes.
All right.
to that point.
Yep.
So I'm all for project management, but we need the projects first.
Yes.
Net flow monitoring software. Just related
Go
to-
ahead, Brian. We talked about this one today.
Yeah, so that, I believe we briefly mentioned that last council meeting. So that would be to be able to monitor and report back on network usage. So specifically, if we run into a problem anywhere on, with a computer or device, say for example in here with streaming, right now today we have to look at the systems one by one live. We don't have any way of looking back in time right now.
Does it do load balancing for us?
It does not do load balancing. Mainly, it's monitoring and alerting.
Okay.
And actually, that figure in there, that was for a cloud-based system. We did find another system for on-premise that'd be installed on our servers here. That's for a lot less.
So how much how much should we allocate for that then?
And is it a one-time cost instead of ongoing if you do it that way?
They do multi-year discounts. So I believe the 5-year was a little bit over $3,000 if we purchase
we-
that, and renewal of that is at a 25% cost of that. So if we renew again for another 5 years after that, it's only 25% of that 3,000.
So it's essentially for troubleshooting any of your systems,
Correct.
helping to
It's so-
troubleshoot outages and.
It's increasing the tools available to IT to assist with troubleshooting, exactly.
If we threw $5,000 at it, we'd be good.
Yes.
Right. I recommend we throw $5,000 at it and call it a night.
Yeah, I'm okay
Yep.
with that.
We didn't include the IT master plan.
I think the
Or-
thought was do the vulnerability first and then later do planning.
Upgrades that we've just done.
Okay. Now we get down to our SAP projects, Civic Center.
If that's external funding,
Could be.
could be all external funding? Are we I forget what we were asking them for.
Currently, we're not,
One
we're
point,
currently on the $2 million estimate, the proposal is for 800,000 of city funding and 1.2 million from MDD. All those numbers could change. If we did the 800,000 as a match from the city funds, I would recommend a short-term note for that, rather than spending down all of our reserves.
yep.
It off.
I think until we get more specifics on that, it's hard to know what that number is going to be. I think you're right. Let's just hold on that one. I mean, we're going to work on it, but just, we don't know the number.
The Ammon Road low water crossing.
I'm a no for both Ammons.
I agree to leave the Ammon Road both off, the reconstruction and the low water crossing, not because I don't think Ammon Road needs to be reconstructed, but I think it needs to be done in accordance with both the counties and the property owner over in whatever it's now called, Bernie Ranch Estates, or the new name of whatever. I think we should be coordinating right-of-way and things with them, and not throwing money into a very small portion of that road without coordinating externally.
Was this tied to the HS Highway Safety Improvement Program, or was this a separate? Because we applied for.
We did, and we didn't get accepted this past year, but we plan to reapply again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fire station upgrades, fire station number 3, the one up at Meadow Creek Trail.
It's, there's, yeah, and I was asking somebody about this the other day, like, how often did they, and that's, the upgrades are, in particular, wanting to put sleeping quarters in there? Is that what I heard? Is that correct?
That's part of it. Shower upgrades, restrooms, several items. Grant's team has more detail, but yeah, that is part of it.
Does anyone actually, I mean, they just got the brand-new firehouse down there.
So I guess what Laura said last meeting is sometimes when there's a flooding issue or some kind of event where they can't get to the north side of the city, that's when they'll use that fire station. And they'll man it in those
How often does that
instances.
happen?
I don't think it's that often.
They can sleep on cots.
I live right there, honestly, and I'm not for this project. I think that, I think the low water crossing, we're getting a new bridge here pretty quickly, pretty soon. I think that's gonna take care of that problem. And, having lived in a Connex some number of times, if they needed to man it, they can man it.
Well, my whole point for 476,000, if they don't go there that often, and they've been making do for this long, and they're sleeping on cots twice a year, if that, I'm fine with them sleeping on cots.
Is there anybody here that can address the need or the requirement related to this? Kind of understood what they wanted to do as part of the upgrades, but is there a need or a requirement behind it that provides it priority that we need to fund it for this year? I don't know, just.
To the best of my knowledge, it's not a requirement. I've had some separate conversations with both the ESD and the volunteer fire department about this. So it's primarily it's to use their words to make the station habitable during those events. In a long-term plan, as the ESD expands both its reach and its services, there's a potential that station could be manned at some point in time. That certainly won't be next year, but it could be incorporated into their long-term plan.
I mean, it really would be nice to know how, I mean, if this is happening, 50 nights a year, then maybe that's another conversation than twice. So It's hard to make a decision when you don't really know how often they're needing it at a price tag of $476K. That's where my head sits.
I know we contract for this, and so if we're paying, you know, them for a service and they're needing to use of our facility, maybe they should do the upgrades.
We had a meeting at some point about this, and I don't remember exactly when it was, but I remember it was presented to council to allow, were we all in favor of allowing access to Leon Springs to that fire station? And the discussion went that they had a grant or somebody that was going to come in, I don't remember who it was, and paint it and take care of it. So all they wanted from us was access. And we granted them that access to go in and do whatever it was. So I'm honestly shocked and surprised to now see this come up for $500K in our budget, being that I don't remember, I mean, I very much remember them saying that they just wanted access to the building. And there were rats and other things in there. I don't remember exactly everything, but I guess this one takes me by surprise because we don't use it all that often. And again, throwing $500,000 at it seems excessive to me.
I mean, if there's a safety issue and we need to fix that for, you know, 10 grand or something like that, I would not hesitate to do that. But I just don't know. I'm with Michelle. I can't justify in my brain almost $500,000 for something that gets used a few times a year at most.
I don't know how much you know about it, but, or if anybody does. My belief, my understanding, there was a phase 1, phase 2. Phase 1 was to make it habitable, provide for the immediate safety issues. Touched on a little bit of what Chesley just talked about. That's complete. And then this is the phase 2 portion of it, which makes it, I believe, a longer term inhabitable. But that's why I was asking if we knew any of the requirements behind it, because I'm not confident. I haven't heard all the hard data on it.
Well, someone put it on there, so someone has to know something about it.
Laura's the one that asked for it.
This was a request, by our fire liaison in conjunction with the fire department. That's the request, and she's not here to defend the project. But so we do have the list of what the proposed upgrades.
But we can keep
are.
it on the list for a review when Laura, she'll be back for the next council meeting.
That makes sense.
And they give her an opportunity to explain if she's got the details on it.
I'm okay with leaving it on there for now, but I do want to just voice that I think this is more of a want than a need.
Right.
The gateway feature, I don't even know if we've done enough to even identify what it is we want as a gateway feature. Y'all that are on the,
Go ahead, Scott. I thought you were looking at me whether I was going to talk. You could.
You're right. We haven't identified, but we do know that we needed funding for an engineering team to look at what I'm on.
Good.
So for an engineering study to see what it would take to go ahead and safely have a sign.
An archway.
As it came up.
Yeah.
We're negotiating with one of our on-call consultants right now for that scope to start the design process. This is a very.
I was kind of surprised at the number that was
This
assigned
is
to it.
I mean, this is very, very high level. I mean, this number could fluctuate wildly depending on the type of design we choose, the materials, et cetera.
Sure.
So to
And there's
say this
safety
is not set
concerns,
in
so
stone
it
is
can't
an
be
understatement.
something flimsy. It's got to be something substantial, given where we want to put it. But anyway, yeah.
I'd be in favor of waiting till next budget season.
Well, I was going to kind of say what we said before is this isn't something that has to be done like right now. We can get that number, and if we needed to, not to create more work for you, but we can do a budget adjustment and use the money out of unallocated general, which is currently where we're going to use it from anyways. So I think it can just kick the can down the road till we actually have a firm number and not a random estimate.
Yeah, we put this on the list back at the beginning of the budget process, largely for awareness. We didn't want it to fall off the CIP, knowing that there's a lot of details to be filled in still. It's again, we won't know that scope for several months.
Is this something the MDD could fund, potentially?
Yep.
All right. And then we've already talked about the I2E vulnerability testing and assessment. And so what this leaves now is just the one item, the fire station number 3 upgrades for consideration of unfunded items. Now we can go ahead and make all the changes to include the other items as all part of the budget for consideration at the next meeting.
Yes, sir. You'll receive this package with all the changes we've made, the COLA, all of these items. You will get the official budget book at the next meeting, which we will later then file with the city secretary. We will have that as a workshop item, just to review what we have done, where we stand are. A similar presentation what Summer did tonight with the summary, with the changes where we stand, and then with the formal document. And you will also have the maximum tax rate. I believe that's a resolution as well to pass it, and setting the public hearing for the budget. Those will all be at the next regular meeting.
So based on this, I believe what I saw is we have just over 700,000. If it were all to work out right now in the unallocated. What about the block next to it? So
700,
that's
yeah.
157.
That is still available in the SAP fund.
Right.
Could potentially shift like the IT vulnerability over there. I would honestly leave that for a small contingency, because we have a lot of projects in the SAP that have not been bid yet.
But right now, I mean, overall, we have just over 700,000 unallocated funds remaining for really our general fund.
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes,
Is that
that's fair.
Politically correct? Okay.
That is fair.
All right.
Did you want to discuss the utility fund?
Yes, we do. Thank you. This one's easier.
So those items up top, were there any of them that, the man lift? Some of these are ones that we already funded or made decisions in the general fund. This is the other half. The man lift, the 4-post truck lift, garage door openers. That was all, my recommendation, we include those. We include them as part of the general fund. The new hydro excavator, I don't think this was split. This was strictly a utility fund project.
Correct.
Equipment.
And this would be for wastewater, I believe, separate to, yeah.
What is it?
Thought you were going to get out of it.
I believe we talked about it had something to do with removing the water from the,
Yes, so if you recall, the leak that you were out at by Battle Intense, that big old red machine that has the vacuum on it along with the jetter. So it's basically the same thing, just a smaller unit. The current one that we have is down. We've been having issues with it back and forth, so we've had to rent one a couple times. And this is a unit where, we don't have to wait for locate, so if we have an emergency, we can get out there, work on a leak automatically. If we have an issue where waters just continue to run and we can't pump it out, we can use a vacuum. So basically it's a big wet vac that we can use. We're in easy terms, with the jetter that we can go ahead and kind of clean up the area. So like I mentioned, even when the machine's broken, currently our machine's down, the vacuum still works. Our guys take it out there because it's just that much help. So
okay. Is everybody okay with the hydro excavator?
Yeah, and we talked about how often you're renting them and how this would
yes,
pay for itself of it.
Yes, and we
in a short
actually
period
do
of time.
use it for other purposes as well. So like our street guys can use it to go ahead and install street signs. We've rented one recently a couple times because we've had to use it for potholing for projects. So it kind of saves on fees that we'd have to pay to other companies as well.
Emergency pump, any issues, concerns with it? Water well generators? Well number 26, easement and repair. Is that a
Can-
12?
Leo, can you-
Well 26 is the one located in Village Greens. It's been down for probably about 2 years, so it is potable water that we do have available to us that we cannot use right now. So, of course, as y'all know, the more water we have coming into the city, the better. So this well is critical to go ahead and bring back up. Currently, the issue we have is previously when they would access it, there wasn't a home built there. In the past, when they finally did develop the area, they built a home. They did not put an easement, access easement for us to get to it. So we have to go in there, clear some trees, take down some fences, put some gates up, and actually make it accessible for a well truck to be able to pull this well. So.
Are you good?
Yep.
Good.
Jackson Woods well SCADA implementation. Just adding SCADA system to,
It is. So we currently have the JW1 well feeds into Plant 4. So that feeds into Plant 2. That well's never been used before. It was previously had some issues with contamination. Since then, it's been cleared by the base. We've also done our own lab sampling. It's cleared. We'd like to bring that well on just because it's an additional source of water that the city hasn't had in the past.
Okay.
how about just finish the list? Valve installations,
So,
easement gates,
valve-
and
So the valve installation at Water Plant 1 is a cut-in valve. We're basically gonna hire a contractor to come in. They'll tap the line, hot is what we call it. They don't have to shut the water down. They'll be able to install a valve in place that would allow us to go ahead and make a repair that's needed at the plant. Currently, if we wanted to make that repair, we'd have to shut down about half the city, which would result in boil water notices and all that stuff. So this is something where if we get this valve put in place from here on out, we can go ahead and do the maintenance that's needed on the plant without having to move forward doing that. So it does come at a cost, but in the long term, I think it's beneficial for the city and would help us with managing operations. And then easement gates. So similar to well 26, have the same issue. We have lines that run in people's backyards. Fences were built, easements were blocked off. If there was a water line leak currently in one of those areas, we'd have to go ahead and basically tear through fences. So it's gonna be working with homeowners to try putting some gates in so that this way, in the event of an emergency, we're not having to take down fences and tear up people's yards, and that is something we can actually access to make whatever repairs are needed. And then
Is that something that we can ask the homeowner if they'd be interested in chipping in?
we can, if they're willing to. I mean, that'd be great. In most instances, I don't think I've gotten that much luck out of the homeowners, but I'd definitely be willing to ask. It would help us stretch our dollars and maybe get more done at the same time. So, so that's the easement gates, of course, and then that's probably going to be just a reoccurring thing to make you all aware, just so that we can start accessing our lines. A good example is Ralph Fair Road. There's a water line breakout here on Ralph Fair Road. This water line is located behind all the houses. I can't get to it. I'm gonna have to tear down fences just to get to it. I'm gonna have a lot of angry home owners. So this is just kind of making sure we go ahead and take care of our infrastructure and that it's not an issue in the future. So then upgrades to the water meter base station. Brian's here in case you have any questions, but that is basically upgrades to the base stations that all the meters feed back into. They are reaching their basically end of life, and it's time to go ahead and upgrade those units before they become an issue. Parts are hard to get a hold of as it is now. Our concern is, of course, if they do go down, then we have to hire a contractor that'll have to come out and pick up the readings for us. So,
Can that be a phased project, or?
can it be a phased project?
How many are we talking about?
2. We're talking
Oh,
about
it's
2.
just 2?
Yes.
Okay. I thought we were talking about all the wells.
Right, and just to
Yeah.
clarify, if these systems do go down, the readings, that would just be once a month. So the Aquahawk leak detection system would almost be negligible there at that point and move. So,
This is how the meters talk to our financial system. It gets the data out basically.
Right, it
So it
gets-
has to go
yeah.
from the meters to the base station
Correct.
to our system here at City Hall.
yes.
What's the useful life on these? You said they're ending near term. Is it something, I guess where I'm going with this, is it something that we should plan for the future, that we're going to be upgrading these frequently and get in on our rotation schedule like our trucks versus having it
Correct.
hit? That's where I'm going.
Yes.
Any other questions?
Nope.
We look at the unfunded, not funded items with the utility technician. I think we've already talked about the project manager and the communications, so we could go ahead and, unless anybody would want to, we can go ahead and remove them. Utility technician, is this one specific to just the utility fund?
Yes, it is.
Yes, sir.
So this is an FTE request requirement to be funded out of the utility fund.
Yes, sir, for the water and wastewater department, yes, sir.
I'm in favor of adding it.
And that's the all-in cost is 56,000?
Ongoing.
All-in cost for the utility, yes.
That's step one.
Step
Yes.
one in the current pay grade.
But it's not with benefits and all that, right? That would be added too?
No, that includes everything.
That
Oh, it
includes
is
everything.
Okay,
The all-in.
sure.
But that's, if I remember correctly, in the current pay grade system that we have right now without the cost of living increase.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, and I'm supportive of it too,
Yeah.
the work they do.
For sure.
And so if we add that in, yep. So we have a deficit of 349. What does that mean?
I mean,
I know that we've overspent based on
I mean,
revenues.
but for the utility technician, these are all one-time items.
Right.
So we are using reserves, but this is improving our system. Yeah, all these are important. I'm particularly excited about the water well generators. We want to do at least 2 of those a year. I can't remember how many we need total, but the idea is, so if we have some type of power outage event like we had in February, you know, we can keep those running. So I think these are all one-time infrastructure upgrades that are beneficial and don't have a long-term impact to the you know, the structural balance of the budget. Slight impact to the reserves in the short run.
So this year, as we moved in, we got the screw press system, and now our wastewater is looking like it's going to take off and support itself. These are all expenses that were going to water. Do we think with that it'll help out, and maybe that we're not pulling $350,000 out of our reserve to support these operations, or have we already considered all that?
We have considered the wastewater fee adjustment already.
Okay. And I just don't know the
But we
percentage.
do have operating reserves, and we also have capital reserves, you know, for this purpose as well. So that's what those reserves are intended for.
Okay.
So, I mean, so from a revenue and expenditure, you know, plus or minus, it is a deficit, but that's a planned use of reserves.
Okay. Any other questions? Everybody good?
Good.
All right. Thank you, Julie. Thanks, Scott. Does that give enough to go forward with?
It does. I think
on
that gives
budget
us
for next
everything.
week?
Back to the number crunching.
All right, we'll move on to the last workshop item that we have tonight, which is the subdivision and land development fee workshop. And Grant's going to
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm Grant Watanabe, the Director of Public Works for the city. And I'm here to present a proposed development fee schedule update. This is a workshop, so no official action is necessary, just input in regards to the proposed changes. Again, the purpose of the workshop is to simply just get input on some of these proposed changes. The last time that these fees were updated was 2018, which I think was the time we were drafting the UDC. So since we're going through the process of a major amendment to the UDC, it seems fitting that we reconsider our fee schedule for development-related fees. I'll quickly cover some background. I'll go over our current fees, specifically where we're under recovering, what fees are missing. I'll go over the proposed fee changes and comparisons to some other cities, and then I'll get to next steps. And along with this presentation, everybody should also have a Exhibit A. It's the big handout with the complete details on the proposed changes. Yes, that's it, with the multicolor columns. Yes, so please feel free to refer to that handout. I got summaries of that in this presentation, but if there's a lot more detail in that handout.
What are you looking for?
No, no, I'm making
Oh, you
sure.
have it?
She has two, yeah.
Is
Okay.
the one they gave us a printed out copy, is that different than what's in our packet?
Should
No,
be the
it's-
same,
it's
just
just-
one's
it's
bigger
just
than
a
the
larger
other.
version.
All right. I apologize for the small text. It was a lot of information to squeeze in. But quickly, just starting with the background, as part of the UDC review process, staff did review Article A8 of our fee schedule, which is subdivision and land development regulation fees. There were three key findings, and they're listed below. The first key findings was that the current fees do not cover the cost of review and processing applications, and that's not surprising since the fees were established in 2018. The second finding was that the current fees are significantly lower than that of our surrounding cities. And the last finding was that the current fee schedule doesn't include all the application and permit types that are identified in our UDC and required to be processed, but there is no fee associated with it. And then the last thing I want to mention is that, just for awareness, the city's financial management policy does state for services associated with a user fee or charge that the direct and indirect cost of providing that service will be offset by a fee when possible. Here in this slide, I'm showing our current fee schedule, specifically for the development-related fees. They're broken down from item A through item P. I think there's 16 total. When we did a review of the UDC, we identified a total of about 40 applications and permits that is required to be submitted and processed by the city. So that delta of about 24, those are not on the fee schedule and those are not currently charged for. These next two slides cover where we're under recovering. This first one covers some of the more common applications we see that have come across the agenda. Preliminary and final plats, plat extension requests, and variances. Specifically, when talking about preliminary and final plats, we always hope that the developer will read the UDC and when they submit their either preliminary or final plat, that it completely complies with all the requirements. And that never happens. What normally happens is a back and forth between the developer and engineering staff multiple times. We develop several lists of comments, send it back to them. They might adjust a few things, and they send back another revised plat, and we go through this process over and over, and it takes a lot of staff time, not only for staff, but also for our consultants. Often when they submit these plats, they also come with transportation impact analysis, drainage studies, and tree plans, which also take more consultant and staff time to review and resolve any deficiencies associated with them. And then lastly, putting together the P&Z packets as well as the city council packets and making those presentations also takes staff time. So the current fee charged for preliminary and final plat by the city is $600 plus $50 per lot. And as we get further into the presentation, we'll see that's much less than what other cities charge. Another area where I think we're under recovering is plat extension requests, and this is because it's not just simply processing the extension requests and getting that on the P&Z and the council agendas. We also have to process the plat consideration item just in case that extension is denied, so that either the P&Z and the council can take action on that plat if the extension is denied. So current fee is $150. That's not much staff hours. It takes a lot more staff hours to prepare not only the agenda packets, but the presentations that go along with it. The next one is a variance. This is either the ZBOA, a zoning variance that would go to the ZBOA, or a policy variance that would come in front of council. And oftentimes, it takes a lot of times to meet with the applicant to figure out exactly what variance from the UDC that they're trying to request a waiver from. Multiple meetings. Then we got to schedule a public hearing. We got to put out a public notification, get these on the agendas, prepare the presentation, give the presentations, and it takes a lot more time than what we're charging for. The current charge, as you can see, is $100 for the variance. These are some other ones that we see, maybe not as common as the others, but the first is a vested right determination. We currently charge $100 for this. It often requires, again, a lot of meetings with the applicant to determine what rights they're requesting that they be vested for. They have to identify the specific requirements in our UDC and then submit the supporting documentation to staff. Once we receive it, we have to validate first that their project is an active project and not dormant, and then we have to go through the Texas legislative code and figure out which rights they can be vested for and which they can't. And legal's always involved with this. I think as soon as legal turns on their computer and clicks open the email, they've already spent the $100 already. So I think we're under recovering this in this area. Amending and minor plats, again, just the multiple rounds of review and comment. These are some that don't come through to council because they can be approved administratively by the city manager. But there is, again, often multiple rounds of review and comments with the applicant before we get to the point where we can get the city manager to sign the plat and then get it recorded by the county. And this last one I listed here, planned unit development. I don't think we've ever seen one, but what I hear, it's very extensive to put together. It's kind of like writing a mini UDC into an agreement. It takes lots of legal review by all the different city departments. What we currently charge is $600 plus $50 per acre. And again, this is much less than what other cities charge. So what fees are missing? Well, these are all the different applications and permits that are identified in our UDC, and these are the ones that we charge $0 for. When we do receive them, there's no fee to collect, but we still have to process them anyway. There's one specific one on this list, and that's the fee in lieu of tree mitigation. I have a specific slide for that one later in the presentation, and I'll come back to that one. But I'll pause here. Are there any questions on any of these slides yet? Okay. All right. Well, I'll keep pushing. When it comes to proposed development-related fees, these are the comparison cities we pulled. Each city has different types of permits and fees, and we kind of had to cast a wide net because not all cities had these fees, but we had to cast a wide net to make sure that at least we had some comparables for each of the fees that we're proposing. All right, so I'll start with these. The fees currently charged for the preliminary and the final plat. I listed a couple comparable cities across the top, including Bernie, San Antonio, Valverde, and Helotes. As you can see, we're very similar as to the amount, the base fee plus the fee per lot. But what we're significantly different is that all these other cities charge a fee for the preliminary plat and a fee for the final plat. And what we do is we charge one single fee, and it includes both. So basically, we're charging half of what other cities are charging. And then, in the proposed column, what we're proposing is to establish separate fees for the preliminary plat and the final plat, and they're both comparable to the other cities. When it comes to a variance, we currently charge $100. I'm proposing to charge $650. You can see it's kind of in the range of what other cities charge. Some of the other cities charge per provision. It's fairly typical when you get a variance request that has multiple provisions or multiple requests from variances for different requirements. From what I've seen come through the ZBOA, they usually have 3 or 4 variances associated with it. So some cities do charge per variance. I'm just proposing a flat fee here of $650 for that application.
Helotes gets into the weeds.
They do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like,
30 cents. I need that 30 cents.
That's the engineer/accountant.
And then one more proposed change is the vested rights determination. We currently charge $100. I'm proposing $300. You can see what Bernie and San Antonio charge. They're a little bit different from, I guess it's a residential home to a subdivision or a commercial, but I'm just proposing a flat fee. I'm hoping that $300 can cover our planning consultants' costs to put together the analysis and our legal costs to review, and then my cost to actually issue the letter. Some other proposed changes on this next slide. For the amending plat, we currently charge $250. I'm proposing $500, and it seems to be in the range of what other cities are charging. Similarly, for the minor plat, we don't have a minor plat in our current fee schedule. It's 0, so I'm proposing $500 as well. The effort between an amending plat and a minor plat are fairly similar. They're both processed administratively. Construction plan review is one that, again, that's one that takes a lot of staff time. We need utilities to review, infrastructure to review. If there's drainage, we get our drainage consultant to review. We currently charge 0 for that, and oftentimes there's a lot of revisions going back and forth. I would like to establish a fee so we can cover some of that staff cost. The fee listed there is $2,500 plus $50 per lot or acre, and that's similar to what some cities charge. There's even a proposed fee for if there's too many revisions and back and forth after the second staff review to charge an additional amount for a 3rd, 4th, or 5th staff
Can I ask
review.
a question about that, the construction plan review?
Yes.
Is that for both commercial and residential, or just? I don't understand what I don't understand what a construction plan review is. Whose plans are you reviewing?
So most of the time, it's the developer's plans when they want to put public infrastructure in for development.
Gotcha. Okay, so you're not talking a house. You're talking
yeah. Usually it doesn't. It's
a
not on the building
neighborhood
code
or a
side.
shopping center or.
Yes.
Okay.
Large developments.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, building codes has their own set of fees. These are for developer-related fees. All right. Earlier I mentioned fee in lieu of mitigation. Just focusing on the bullet at the bottom first. And this comes straight from UDC section 8.8, paragraph 7B, which is the removal and replacement of protected trees. And it said, due to soil composition, slope, lot size, or other natural constraints that may make replanting trees unfeasible, the UDC allows for other means of mitigation subject to city manager approval. And it provided 2 different options for alternate mitigation, I guess you can say. One was replanting on a separate public site within the city or land owned by FORHA. That's an option to provide flexibility. And the second option also provides some flexibility, and that was payment of a fee if the city's fee schedule includes a provision for fee in lieu of mitigation. So I know a lot of especially in the hill country, 6 inches below topsoil, you kind of hit bedrock in a lot of locations, and it may be unfeasible to plant trees if you're required to mitigate. So these 2 options do provide flexibility for both our residents and our developers who might be interested in working with the city. We're proposing, right now there is no fee, but we're proposing a different fee for heritage trees, protected trees, and then standard trees. They're mirrored very closely to what Bernie currently charges in terms of the definitions for heritage, protected, and standard, as well as the amount charged for each circumference inch.
Grant, how does the fee in lieu of tree mitigation normally work? So we have a plan, we submit tree plans.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a review of part of that to determine where and what trees are removed.
Yeah, so, well, and Kelsey reviews all the tree plans, so she can provide additional detail, but the developer is required to provide a tree plan. And they'll do a tree survey first and record all the different trees, and they'll all be categorized as to protected and non-protected, how big they are, and they'll be labeled and what species of trees. And depending on what the construction plan or the infrastructure plan is, there'll be a number of trees that will have to be removed, and that will result in a mitigation requirement.
Yeah, see, part of this, my thoughts were is that, I mean, we put this process in because we want to preserve the trees. And so now we're, in some essence, and I don't know if that's, I know you can't preserve all of them, I got that. And so we're providing a fee in lieu of. And so what keeps people from coming in and just saying, I'm going to level the place and I'll pay the fees for the trees removed? Because this is, I mean, when you remove a heritage tree, you're removing something that is 150, 200 years old. And although we can pay a fee to replace it, you can never replace that tree as part of the history of what it provides.
Yeah, I guess, first of all, the incentive to not remove them in the first place is pretty significant, because those fees are pretty significant.
Right.
Just for an 8-inch tree, I'm trying to look here, that's a couple $1,000s if you wanted to pay a fee in lieu of. And then once you get up to like a heritage tree, a 24-inch tree, if you wanted to pay the fee in lieu of that, that's almost $15,000.
So we're doing this as a workshop tonight. And I believe you're going to come back with an ordinance at the August 17th council meeting with the same information. So tonight, my belief is what you're looking for is that information, any changes related to this that would be included as part of the ordinance.
That's correct, Mayor.
Okay.
I'd like to bring it back as accurate draft ordinance to match your intent as possible.
Grant, are most of these under-recovered fees and then ones we're not charging, is it due to that we go outside and have to pay somebody to do work, or is this more of just trying to adjust our rates for stuff we already do internally? What, I mean, is a lot of this incremental cost, or is it fixed?
I think the reason we're so far behind is that we haven't really had to reviewed it and kept our fees up to date as from year to year. Again, the last time these fees were updated were 5 years ago. So they may have been accurate 5 years ago, but they're not covering our current cost of service.
Do we know the impact, based on our history, like what we had done, say, this last year, do we know the impact that would have had on our finances? Like if we had these fees in effect, what that would have changed this year?
Come in with a check.
I haven't done that detailed analysis yet. Yeah.
So I noticed in a couple of these places, we went backwards on what the proposed fee is for two of the items, and I don't think we should go backwards.
Which two items are you?
If you look on the first page, the PUD amendment, the current fee, $600 plus $50 per acre, and we're going down to a proposed fee of $500. And then on page 2, the specific application form, development plat, and it's the same thing. And I would recommend, if anything, just leave it the same.
Okay, I see where we're looking at. It's looks like it's the fourth and the fifth row on the first page, where it says specific application form, planned unit development, and a substantial amendment.
Right.
Right. We proposed an increase for the actual PUD agreement and any substantial amendment, and we kind of tried to differentiate. If it's a non-substantial amendment, then maybe it should be a little cheaper than a substantial amendment to the agreement. Instead of charging the same. But that's all. If we want to keep it both the same, we can do that as well.
I mean, I feel like if the developers are used to paying that fee, they're going to be willing to pay that fee, I just wouldn't go backwards.
Yeah. We haven't had a PUD yet.
I was going to say, I don't think we've had one.
Any issues, concerns with the updates to the fees, new fees being recommended?
I think it's great we're doing it.
Okay. Did you want me to go through Exhibit A? It's getting late, but
Nope.
I'd be happy to. Okay.
We're good.
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 All right.
Okay. And again, that, as you mentioned, Mayor, the last slide here shows that staff will bring back a draft amendments to a draft ordinance to amend the fee schedule. We'll have to get legal to review it, so it may not be at the next meeting, but hopefully soon. And then the new fee schedule should be effective upon the ordinance adoption. Did you want to speak? Well, Mayor, are you okay if they speak about this topic? Okay. This is John Bursey. He represents the Botanica.
Yes, good evening. Jonathan Bursey. I live a few minutes south of the city of Fair Oaks boundary. I've spoken a few times, so I appreciate your support thus far, with our project. And of course, the staff's project thus far, we've been working with the city and the staff for the past 18 months. Of course, we've had the approval of the concept plan, and trees is, of course, a big item. So just want to discuss, kind of our point of view. And I do commend, I think it was a good strategy to put us, after watching all the budget and seeing the deficit, and I was just working out, okay, how much is it? How much of a check am I going to write here to cover this? So that was definitely a good idea. If you wouldn't mind, actually, and Justin Crobot's the principal of Tree Man Solutions. He's an arborist. He's going to explain some of the concepts that we want to just introduce to you. And I think the point of today is to just cover some high-level items, just so you can think about them over the next week or so, and perhaps we can revisit this. And obviously, this is a city decision, but hopefully you'll take some of our feedback and pointers on board when you are reflecting on specifically the fee in lieu of tree mitigation. I'm not talking about any other the fees here that Grant presented today. So firstly, maybe would you mind bringing up the slide which shows the comparison to the other cities? Yeah, it was Grant had it up a moment ago. Yeah, this is great. This is great. So Grant has shown you a comparison chart here of a few neighboring cities. San Antonio isn't included in this, and I will touch upon San Antonio. Something I'd like to point out first, which probably isn't obvious when you look at this, there is a big difference, pi, 3.14, difference between a circumference inch and a diameter breast height inch. So a lot of cities use the DBH methodology of calculating the width of the width or size of a tree, DBH, the diameter, and a few cities, but much less so, and Fair Oaks is one of them, use the total circumference inch. And so when you look at these numbers, for example, if you look at Schertz, their heritage tree fee is $100 per diameter inch. So that would be the same as about a $30 total circumference inch. So I just want to point out that their fees would be a third less if we use the Fair Oaks methodology of using total circumference. So that is quite a major 300% difference. It is quite a big point just to highlight there. Next topic, a lot of cities give you dispensation for the health of a tree, and Justin will say a few words on this. A lot of cities recognize that a diseased tree or a tree that's been struck by lightning or angled at 70 degrees and maybe has one limb alive still, but the rest of the tree is essentially dead, they will discount or exempt those trees, naturally so. But and of course, we understand that the City of Fair Oaks, their ordinance relating to trees is pretty new and in its infancy, and a lot of these items probably will be discussed over the coming weeks and months. But that is something that it is taken into consideration. So Justin's just going to go over some of the trees specifically using our site as an example, so you can kind of see what an arborist deems as a poor health tree and a very poor health tree, just so you can take that into account.
How's everybody doing this evening? Can you hear me okay? I'm Justin Crobot. I'm a board certified master arborist. I've been conducting tree surveys, assessments in the San Antonio area for over 10 years. We used to be the assistant city arborist for City of San Antonio, so I've been on the other side and seen and done reviews and understand kind of the complex situation of trying to navigate this rules and ordinances and things like that. But we specialize in land development consulting, really protecting and saving trees through land development and preserving them. So identifying healthy trees to start with, helping land plan around those, and then protecting them during construction. It's kind of what our company does. But helping out urbanists on their site planning on the specific site. It's called Botanica. It's right across the street that they've got proposed. And so we identified the healthiest trees on site, said, hey, the largest, healthiest trees, let's try to site plan around those accordingly. And then there's trees that we do a condition rating and a system that are, and it's done differently in different municipalities, but effectively we say it's excellent, it's good, it's fair, it's poor, very poor, or dead. And everybody knows kind of what a dead tree is, right? There's no live tissue. That one's there. But other than that, there is a spectrum that we work to try to categorize the tree's health and then suitability for preservation. Is this tree going to survive construction? Is it going to fall down tomorrow, 2 months from now, 3 months from now, whether we have human interaction or not? What is this, pre-development site? What are the trees' health and condition? And so as part of that, we made recommendations to urbanists to say, remove these trees because they are poor, very poor, and unhealthy trees. Of any typical type stand of trees, it's, whether it's maintained well or not, the site it's got livestock on it and has been grazed and underbrush, and it's basically dirt out there, and the trees have not just been beautifully taken care of over the years, which is common. You'll find that in woodland stands. You'll see 20 to 30% trees that would be kind of unsuitable for preservation, unhealthy. And then in other municipalities that we work with, we say, hey, these trees are not suitable. We'll talk to their city arborist or planning, the main point of contact, and say, hey, we don't feel that these trees should be removed, or I'm sorry, these trees should be preserved, and in addition, should not be required to be preserved and should not be required to be mitigated for because they are not viable candidates to preserve. And that's our professional opinion as arborists. And so that helps get nice, healthy trees that are going to survive construction, hopefully, if everything goes right. And nice healthy trees for the future of Fair Oaks and other companies, and so and other municipalities. So we work in that and made recommendations, and as we propose those, and we're going through those conversations with your staff, was that there was a interpretation that these trees would be required to be mitigated for and would be required to be preserved. And I'll just tell you, at least as far as the process and a lot of other areas, and even I'll use Austin as an example, like City of Austin. I don't necessarily want to, say apply City of Austin to Fair Oaks. There's obviously major differences there, but they have the same similar requirement. If there's a heritage tree, it has to go to their city council to get approval. But unless there is an arborist, and at the level that you have a reviewer, subject matter expert, and an arborist in agreement that, hey, this tree is in decline, this tree is dying, that tree could be exempted at an administrative level and would not have to be taken to city council to, kind of for review. And so that's kind of their process there. Same thing in other municipalities that we work in. And so really what I guess we're coming here today was to say, and to add consideration, because there is a provision in the ordinance that does say if the tree is diseased or if it is dead, then it can be removed. And so that's what we're, I guess, specifically requesting for, is looking at trees that are dead, dying, diseased, in decline, would not survive construction and aren't going to be suitable. And I've got a video here that kind of describes that and shows that, because I would love to walk over there with you guys, but I think it's pitch black outside right now. So I took a video a little bit earlier. I don't know if we can start it from
These, are these from the property?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This is 10 feet, 10 steps into the property. I found 3 trees that are a good example. If you want to play it, can you? All right. Okay, so we've got some photos here, and then they're probably, you know, a decent example. So this is a tree that we would say is not healthy, right? This would be a very poor tree, and I don't know how good it shows up on the photos, but has large cavities. It's got decay. Ice storm basically ripped the tree apart. It has less than 10% canopy. If it was a tree in your front yard, you would rip it out. And then, you know, this is probably a 15, 18-inch diameter tree. Multiply that times 3, and then add, you know, however much on the mitigation. This is an expensive tree, you know, that would not even necessarily be viable for preservation. It's a hazard tree, you know, in severe decline. And so something that we don't recommend, because safety, you know, obviously is a huge component of what we do. You know, this is the outcome of trying to preserve trees in these kind of conditions. Anyone have a tree fall in their car? Do y'all remember the ice storm? Things like that. This is what happened. So we try to identify those issues proactively. And so I
But
made
really, the whole point you're trying to get
Yes,
to is that we need to extend or add more to our tree preservation plan, or the tree mitigation plan, that provides for dead or trees that won't survive the construction. Is that?
And so I would say that the way that it is currently written, and it kind of does provide for that. I think just the way that it's being interpreted from administratively by your staff is very strict. And I asked if it's, you know, what really constituted disease, because actually I pulled it up on Merriam-Webster. If you want to, you know, disease is a condition of the living animal or plant body or one of its parts that impairs normal functioning and is typically manifested by distinguishing signs and symptoms. And so I would say that, you know, like half the trees being snapped off would be, you know, making it a disease that would not make it a viable tree. And so that's something that we kind of looked at, and there is a provision actually written in there if there's a written statement by an arborist. And so it just wasn't being sound like it applied in that situation. And so wanted to go through and talk it through with you and just show that.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely, Mayor. In short, you know, the principle is that big cities, a lot of cities do recognise that it's not if a tree is purely dead. You know, the point Justin's making is there's a grade, right? These trees, they're not technically dead, but they're clearly severely impaired or in very poor health. And so a lot of cities recognise that and will exempt those trees from the total mitigation required. As it relates specifically to our project, and you know, maybe this will become a good case study, and or maybe this project will be used. You know, we can look at it on a one-off basis, and give the city time to develop a really, you know, detailed and thorough, you know, fee in lieu of, you know, mitigation, because we can speak a little bit later about, you know, our particular circumstances, but. For our site, we are saving 26. In the site plan that has been approved conceptually, we are saving 26 or 27% of the existing trees, and we propose to plant 400 3-inch trees, which will be about another 25% mitigation. So as it stands, we're saving just over 25%. We're replanting about 25%. So we're at a 50% threshold, and so therefore. A discussion would be, well, what happens to the 50% that we are unable to save per our site plan, and what is the fee for that? City of San Antonio, they have a minimum, and I think you brought this up, Mayor. You know, how do you stop people just wiping out the entire site? Well, City of San Antonio have a 20% minimum threshold, and sometimes it goes lower than that, but generally speaking, they want you to preserve 20% of the trees. Then they also would like you, and it doesn't always happen, but they would like you to replant or mitigate up to 40% of the existing trees. So that's their general rule of thumb. And if you do that, there's zero fee in lieu of mitigation. You've adhered to their ordinance. And so with our site, having saved 26 or 27% of the existing tree inches and replanting another 25%, if this site was in San Antonio, we would pay $0 in fee in lieu. And Grant, you know, didn't use San Antonio as example, probably, you know, for good reason on that side. But I just want to also propose, also share some other major cities that you border, their situation. So maybe you can see a different end of the spectrum. Bernie has the most severe, I say, penalty as it relates to trees. So they're at one end of the spectrum. Many other cities, San Antonio, the city of Live Oak also shares a tree name in its city name. They have a $50 per inch across the board. So there's a lot of different examples that you can look at, and as I said, a lot of cities have thresholds where if you meet a certain threshold, there's a $0 fee. This has been a major topic that we needed to get to. It's taken over 18 months to get to this point. The city's current ordinance had a line in it that said we as the developer would be able to replant trees that we could not plant on our site in other available city lands. And so, and this goes back to conversations with Katie and the rest of the staff, over a year ago, where we thought maybe that could be possible, or maybe we would work with the city to come up with a reasonable fee. If we went per grant's proposed fee schedule, I just worked it out on Excel now, the mitigation fee for those just under 50% of trees that we can't preserve and we can't mitigate for, would be $1.5 million. So that's one end of the spectrum, grant's proposal. And the city of San Antonio, if you conformed with their tree ordinance, it would be zero. So we understand coming here that it's going to be somewhere in the middle of that. And obviously, we have our motivation for it to be at one end, and probably going through the budget, you guys would like it to be at the other end, perhaps. So we're happy to go through some more of these details, maybe in another session. I know you've been here all evening.
Yeah, one thing I was trying to be careful of is specifically focusing on your piece of property.
Absolutely.
We're addressing the fee schedule, and so what you have provided is additional information on what we could use to address.
Exactly, yeah. A holistic ordinance for the whole city. Obviously, you're thinking with the whole city in mind, as you should. I can only give you some examples, hopefully some photos, so you can think about, well, yeah, clearly, would we save this very poor health tree, and should we make a developer pay for that tree that we wouldn't keep in our own backyard? What I'm hoping to get, maybe not today, but maybe in a couple of weeks, is just to see where the city council would be leaning towards as a fee in lieu, and at what percentage. Is it through 100% mitigation, or would it be lower than that, like some other cities like San Antonio? I have to really appraise our pro forma, with all the extra and again, I know I'm speaking about our project, but with all the extra off-site utilities, with the upgrades to the city utilities, further upstream, and obviously with the impact fees, which are common throughout all cities, but then this big item here, the tree item, it could be a massive number, $1.5 million, or we won't do the project. We'll cancel the contract with the seller, in a few weeks. So hopefully in a couple of weeks, it'd be great if you are able to have those conversations and see where you're leaning towards. Obviously, I understand you won't have made a decision by then, but it'd be extremely helpful to get an idea of where your gauge is. And one of the last thing, if we were able to replant trees as per the current ordinance is written, it would be significantly less than the fees proposed here. And so we've been working on this project, spending a lot of money. Obviously, the other item as well, with the easement that we put money towards. There was some sort of understanding with the staff that it wouldn't be at this level. It would be perhaps more in line with the San Antonio fee schedule, and we understand it was never going to be zero, but something moderate, like a couple of $100,000, that as a contribution to the city, because we are saving 27% of the trees. We'll replant another 25% of the trees, another 400 trees we're planting. But it's a forest, and we can't replant a forest on the site and obviously develop. So I know I've kind of gone over a lot of items, but the health of the trees is an item. What percentage to mitigate up to, I think, is an item. And then obviously the dollar cost per inch, and whether it's per diameter inch, which most go by, or the circumference inch, which is 3 times as much.
Okay.
Thank you. Greg, can I ask Grant a question, since it's a
Uh-huh.
workshop? Or maybe Scott, I'm not real sure who. So if we decided to do something for diseased, dead trees that we wouldn't replant, and that's a big if, would that go into our tree preservation plan, is that a UDC thing? Is
That
that
would be a UDC thing.
It's UDC.
Okay.
That's specifically Chapter 7 of the UDC, which even P&Z hasn't gotten to. I think they'll get to that in a couple weeks for their public hearing, and then they'll come to council for review.
There is a provision for diseased trees now. in the
Okay,
UDC.
and
I think Kelsey's itching to
You understand?
explain.
Yes, the provision that's currently in the Unified Development Code specifies that dead or diseased trees may be removed without mitigation so long as there is a letter from a certified arborist. Dead or diseased, it does not specify condition or health of trees. So it's dead or diseased. And so, well, I'll just leave it at that.
okay, so I guess then they have a certified arborist, so they can come in and give us a letter. I'm just trying to understand this process.
So dead or diseased, not based off of a tree that's in poor condition.
Okay, but if their arborist defines it as diseased, I'm just gonna make a jump,
Mhm.
then, and they write a letter and say, we believe this tree is diseased, it should be exempt, because we're saying get a letter, we have to agree with that? Is that where we're at?
They have to specify that the tree is diseased, not poor condition.
Correct,
Yeah.
diseased.
So if their arborist says the tree is diseased, is it exempt?
Validate
that-
that.
There would be validation to that. In some, there would be validation to that. Currently,
There'd be validation, so we'd have to go out and
correct,
follow up.
correct.
So we do have something there.
To answer the, sort of.
So what do we do when there's a discrepancy? Do we hire a certified arborist to go and do it, or do you do it, or does somebody else do it?
We would, in all likelihood, hire a certified arborist, yes. And we've, as part of this policy, we've discussed that contingency.
Last thing I'll say is we aren't San Antonio, so.
Grant, I had a quick question. So we just had the discussion that some of this is under the UDC. And does that drive the actual fee schedule of what we're going to do of a tree, in lieu of tree plan?
No,
Or is
the
it two separate?
UDC already recognizes the possibility of a fee in lieu of, we just haven't established it.
So the UDC says that we can establish one, we just have not done so.
And so you're going to bring that back on the 17th of August for establishment?
Right.
Potentially the first
Proposed.
reading of an ordinance to amend the fee schedule.
Okay.
All right.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, council.
Any other questions on any of the other fees, concerns? This is the time that we can provide guidance information to Grant, so whatever adjustments he needs to make, so he can bring it back for an ordinance on the 17th of August.
Yes.
Great job.
All right?
Good with it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Grant. I think that completes the workshops for tonight. We do have 4 reports from staff, and we'll start off with the submission of the calculated FY 2023, 2024 property tax rates.
That is correct. As Scott mentioned earlier, I don't have an update for you at this time. As of this afternoon, we were still waiting on some reports to finalize the worksheet. So as the consideration page states, we are to submit the calculated rates to City Council by August 7th or as soon thereafter as possible, which we will do. And once we have the final calculation, we'll be able to post the worksheet on the city's Truth in Taxation website, and then we'll bring the item back to you at the next council meeting on August 17.
We don't have all the information yet to do that. Is that?
That's right. We have the certified value reports, but there's other reports from the prior year that go into the calculation, and so we hadn't had those until this afternoon. So we should be able to, early next week, have the calculation worksheet completed.
Okay?
Does that mean we need a special meeting next week?
No. I don't
This
think
for the
so.
tax rolls?
Yeah, we'll still be able to present the tax rates, the calculated tax rates at the next meeting. We will also set the maximum tax rate and then schedule the public hearing. So aside from the one special meeting that we already had planned in our budget calendar, we won't need any additional special meetings.
I know Bear County's not done with protests. I can tell you that much because they haven't heard mine yet.
Anything else on that report?
No.
All right, you'll move on to the financial update.
Yes. So this is the quarterly financial update through the third quarter of the fiscal year. And we will start with the general fund. Total revenues are projected to be over $816,000 higher than budgeted revenues. A large portion of that is for interest earnings, which make up $478,000 of that increase. Property taxes are also projected to be higher than budget by $146,000. This is due to levy adjustments made during the year after appraisal protests have been settled. Another large increase is in grants revenue, specifically the Disabled Veterans Exemption Relief Funds that the city was able to obtain. That alone was a little over $100,000. Total general fund expenditures are projected to be about $40,000 less than budgeted appropriations. Much of this is for personnel savings due to vacancies, offset with the additional costs of the brush removal and the Microsoft 365 migration. Property tax collection, so we have surpassed our budget and have collected 97.4% of the levy as of June 30th. We do have a slightly lower collection rate as the same time last year. Sales taxes have not increased as much as we had anticipated and budgeted for, so we are projecting to be short of budget by about $107,000 on sales taxes. And residential permits also have decreased significantly since last year, so we've brought down that projection by $56,000. Franchise fees, they are remaining steady with last year's actuals. At the time of preparing this budget, though, we were unsure of how the last quarter would turn out, so our budget this year is a little low compared to where we ended up last year. So we are projecting franchise fees to be $65,000 above budget. Going to the Strategic Projects Fund. Not many changes in the projections from the last quarterly update. You'll see most of the drainage project savings are due to decreased scope or cancellation of some projects. And then for roads and infrastructure, again, we have some project savings. The Civic Center project, we had budgeted $412,815, and we've since signed that design contract for almost $300,000. So those savings did roll into the unallocated fund balance that was part of that funding worksheet that we had previously. Strategic projects, we have a couple project savings there that we're able to fund the overage on the fire and EMS study, and that contract was executed in June and the project kicked off last month. So for the utility fund, total utility revenues are projected to be about $255,000 over budget. That again is largely due to increased interest earnings and residential water revenue. Those increases are offset with a significant drop in impact fee revenue given the slowdown in development. And their operating expenses are projected to be $179,000 over budget. We do have savings in personnel due to vacancies throughout the year, but supplies, maintenance, and operations are higher than budget, projected to be higher than budget due to the GBRA water reservation fees, the Microsoft 365 and Census cloud migration, and increased costs of utilities and fuel. And professional services as well are projected to be higher than budget due to increased legal fees in the water utility. In total, though, the utility is projecting a savings to budget of about $142,000. That was my quick update. Any questions?
Picked a good way to finish it. Savings.
Yes.
You just want to move on to the investment report?
Unless you have any other questions. Okay, so yes, my last report, there is no presentation. It's on the last page of the agenda. So total investment balance, and this is the quarterly report for the quarter that just ended June 30th. The total investment balance at the beginning of the quarter was $21.85 million. We had net transfers out totaling $2.79 million, and the investments earned $261,000 this quarter alone. So our ending balance at June 30th was $19.32 million. Those net transfers out, that includes $208,000 in property tax collections that gets deposited each month directly into tax pool. And then we had $3 million in transfers to our Frost Bank operating account for payroll and accounts payable. The AP was large during the quarter as several capital projects have advanced or been completed. Looking at the comparative rates, the pools are paying competitive rates when compared to treasuries and short-term CDs. And since the Federal Reserve just increased the rate last week by a quarter point, it's projected we'll see another rate increase before the end of the year. So we should continue to see high interest earnings into the start of the next fiscal year. Any questions?
Questions?
I have one quick question. If we're allowed to buy treasuries, why do we stay in tax pool when we can get a little bit more yield out of treasuries?
So our investment policy does allow us to buy treasuries. It takes a little bit more work. We'd have to sign a contract with Frost Bank to be able to, I can't remember what it's called.
Depository.
Well, they are our depository, but they had a separate contract for actually trading treasuries for us. And then we could look at the fee schedule for the costs of them providing that service for us. So, I mean, it is still something that we're looking into, as well as purchasing CDs so we could lock in an interest rate before we start seeing them go down.
Usually there's no fees for treasuries, so, to the buyer, but yeah, okay. I think we should look into that more.
I can put something on the next quarterly investment report to discuss some of the options.
That'd be good.
Okay.
Yep.
Anybody else?
Safekeeping agreement, I believe is what it's called, that we did with Frost or whomever.
Oh, safekeeping agreement.
For the treasuries, yeah.
Thanks, Summer. And the last is an update on our boards and commissions.
Good evening. Christina Pachocchio, the City Secretary. I'm here to give you an update on the board and commission application process. I'm just going to go quickly over the review of the schedule. Today, I'm giving you the status update. Application deadlines are August 9th. I'll come back at the next council meeting and we'll determine how we want to move forward. Whether or not we'll be interviewing new candidates or however you want to process. The appointment of the members will be September 21st. I'll orient them prior to their start in October 1st. So we've had the application advertisement on our city website since, I believe, the beginning of June. And I've listed all of the various committees that are there. The first column will show you the total members for each committee and how many open positions. You might remember that each committee has staggered terms at this point. For the Building Code Board of Appeals, they have 2 open positions. Unfortunately, no one has reapplied for that position, so we could potentially have 2 open positions. One of our members for the Board of Appeals is an alternate, and he's willing to move into one of the open positions. One of the members said they weren't coming in, but we do have hope because there's one gentleman who has not responded yet. So we are potentially all set. Yeah, well, we keep trying to reach him, but no response. Perhaps he's on vacation. The CIAC, we have 9 positions. 3 are open, 2 people have replied that they're interested in staying. However, we have 1 position that needs to be filled. We did receive 2 applications, and you might see one has a little asterisk next to it. 1 new application strictly for CIAC. Any of the spots that you see the asterisk means 1 applicant has applied for multiple positions or multiple committees. So it'll kind of depend on whether or not you accept that application and where you place that individual, which will say whether or not an opening is available in which particular committee. MDD has 7 members, 4 open positions, 2 have reapplied. We currently need to fill Councilmember Elizondo's position, and 1 member is still not responded. Again, that 1 application that has applied for multiple positions is indicated there. P&Z, 7 total members, 4 open positions, 3 have said yes. We have to fill Marty Bryant's open position, and again, that gentleman who is interested in multiple positions. ZBOA, we have 7 members, 4 open positions, and depending on whether you, one of the members said, I'll do it if no one else says they will. So we could potentially have that one all filled already if we take him up on his offer. So these are the next steps or considerations. We have to, I'm asking council to reach out to your constituents because we potentially have 4 or 5 open positions still available, depending on what happens in the decision process. So if you are aware of someone who is a good candidate for any of these particular committees, please reach out to them. Applications are due next Wednesday on the 9th at the end of day. The applications are available on the website, and all information regarding each committee and what their qualifications are available there. I mentioned earlier, August 17th, we'll come back. I'll give you the final update on what we've received, and it'll be at that point where you decide how you want to fill the positions. Are you going to interview? Will you just allow current members to stay on their positions, or however you want to move? I'm asking that you bring your calendars that day, assuming we may do interviews. That way we can get an understanding of your availability so I can immediately start to schedule any interviews as necessary. And the other thought would be, the interview timeframe would be August 21st to September 13th, but we also, if you're interested, could possibly do interviews prior to the September 7th meeting if you had that flexibility in your schedule. And I'm available, ready to take any questions if you have any. No?
Pretty thorough.
Okay, well, wonderful. We'll see you next week, next meeting. Thanks.
That completes all the listed items that we had for the meeting today. Does any council members have an announcement that they would like to put out? Announcements?
Remind everybody that school is starting next week, so be on the lookout next Thursday.
Anybody else? I have 3 announcements tonight. First, I'll start off with, we have 2 personnel announcements. First was Bill Champion, who works in our wastewater treatment plant, was supposed to get recognized tonight with his 15-year service award. And in fashion of Bill Champion, he did not want to come forward to the council meeting, and he did not want to be in the spotlight, did not want anybody to attend the meeting for his recognition. And so, bottom line, this is a significant milestone of what he's achieved. And Bill is a wastewater operator 2 with a Class B license in wastewater. and has even gone above and beyond to obtain a Class C groundwater license also so that he can help out his brethren and the water team. He began his career in the wastewater field during the time while he was at the Air Force Academy in 1972. Altogether, he has over 50 years of experience in the wastewater field spanning 4 different states. He played a significant role in the research and the development of the information that we needed for putting in our screw press system as part of our wastewater system. He has an impeccable record with the City of Fair Oaks Ranch, and during his time here, he has meticulously maintained the wastewater plant. And get this, in 15 years, he has never received a TCEQ violation. That's pretty phenomenal. And I guess that is why, on top of all this, Bill Champion was named the Outstanding Municipal Operator of the Year by the Water Environment Association of Texas on April 6, 2022, last year. I believe he was on the cover of, I can't remember the magazine, but it was. All right. So that was good news. Yeah, let's give a round of Bill Champion. So now the bad news. Sandy Gorski, who works in our Public Works Department, is going to retire. Her last day as part of the city, I believe, is tomorrow. During her almost 10 years with the city, she has served as utility billing clerk, and she's also served as our admin assistant for the Public Works Department, one of the positions we talked about tonight. What I have found is that Sandy Gorski is a wealth of knowledge. If you need to know anything that's going on as part of our water department, Sandy is the one with that information. She maintains all our historical data regarding water and wastewater system operations, which includes our well reports, water production purchases, consumption, water loss, water, wastewater lab test results, effluent irrigation reports. And she uses this data to prepare all required quarterly and annual reports, which are required to regulatory agencies, including TCEQ, Trinity Glen Rose Groundwater Conservation District, Texas Water Development Board, and Sandy also tracks all active utility accounts by development subdivision, number of water sewer connections, living unit equivalents, and the LUEs against land use assumptions and growth projections. All that just really explains that the immense responsibilities that Sandy has had. One of the things that, and there's no doubt she's a wealth of knowledge, and she'll be definitely missed. But just recently, we had several vacancies in our water department. And what really stood out to me most about Sandy is that she extended her retirement date on 2 occasions just so she could ensure that those individuals that were backfilling in the water department had all the information that they needed to be successful. And it was really dependent on her to provide that information, and she did that. She is a Fair Oaks Ranch resident, so she's not going far, but she'll be sorely missed, and we wish her the best in her retirement. Sorry, my announcements tonight are long. I have an announcement on water conservation and implementation of our Stage 2 drought contingency plan. Currently, the City of Fair Oaks Ranch is in an exceptional drought area. This is the highest level of intensity that any area can be assigned for a drought condition. The drought of our area came on very rapidly and has highly developed over the last month. In June of this year, our well water levels were in great shape, good shape, maintaining water levels above any requirement that would require drought contingency. Since July 1st, the level of our water in our city's monitoring wells has dropped over 20 feet. And the water level in Canyon Lake, if y'all aren't tracking, is approaching a historic record low level. I think yesterday they were within 2 feet. On July 13th, we implemented Stage 1 of our drought contingency plan. In the days shortly after that, we continued to watch our well levels rapidly drop. Starting August 1st of 2023, this past Tuesday, the City of Fair Oaks Ranch activated Stage 2 of our drought contingency plan. This means that all residential water accounts will incur a surcharge for usage exceeding 15,000 gallons per billing period, and for each 1,000 gallons used above this limit will incur a specific surcharge. Now, the purpose of the surcharge is to promote water conservation, and which has shown to be very effective in past years. Additionally, on Tuesday, we had a high-use water day. Our normal distribution of water during the summer months is around 2.5 million gallons per day, which is a lot of water. In the 24-hour period that ended this past Tuesday morning, we distributed over 3.5 million gallons of water. In a couple areas of Texas, in a couple areas of our city, we were using water faster, distributing it faster than we could resupply the systems. An emergency message was distributed throughout the city notifying residents about the significant water use and the implementation of Stage 2. What I'd like to reemphasize is that we are in a critical point of a significant drought condition right now. If any of y'all have seen the drought maps, the center of the exceptional drought area is Kendall County. And it extends into Kerr County, I think it may even hit Blanco County, Comal County, and down into Bexar County. But it's not those entire counties. And the entire portion of Fair Oaks Ranch is in the exceptional drought area. So we are at a significant critical point of this drought. We need to take these drought conditions seriously and use our water with caution. Automated sprinkler systems for landscape watering are one of the major contributors why we see a surge in water use over the summer months. They can use anywhere from 500 to 1,000 gallons of water per hour, depending on the size of your watering zones. While our ordinance allows one watering day per week based on street address numbers, during these extreme drought conditions, we encourage everyone to prioritize water conservation above all. If you do continue to use your automated sprinkler system, I ask, please limit this use to the designated hours to run the system, and please only use on your one day of week that you're authorized to water. To help monitor your water usage, Fair Oaks Ranch does provide the AquaHawk system, which allows you to go in and see how much water you've used. This system provides hourly, daily, and monthly water usage data for your specific address. So I ask, please help me conserve our water resource. By ensuring that we do the right things and the wisest things with our water, I think we can stave off this drought condition. We do have the water, we just need to conserve it. That's all the announcements that I have. Sorry it takes so long. Did you have anything else, Scott?
No, sir.
Okay, sorry. Is there any items that any council members would like added to a future agenda?
Do we want to add anything to a further agenda item to reevaluate how we're splitting up the addresses and how they're what days they're watering on?
Yes.
Okay.
We like the watering days schedule, okay? Anybody else? All right. We are going to go into executive session tonight. Pursuant to Section 551.101 of the Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, a quorum of the governing body hereby convenes into closed session. We'll do this under Section 551.074, personnel matters. The City Council will meet in closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code, Section 551.074, personal matters, to deliberate the reappointment, evaluation, and duties of the public officer, to wit, Judge Kimberly S. Keller. And Christina, I have the time now is 11:45, and we are moving into executive session. During the time frame that we were in executive session, there were no actions taken that required consideration in open session. Is there anything else that we need tonight?
Yes, sir.
Anything else you need? All right, I have the time now is 12:49, and we are adjourned.